I'd like him more if he was nice to people who have better takes than he does, but I also wish he wasn't so corporate. Kind of irritates the shit out of me how corporate he can be. But alright, let's play some dwarfs. Hey, Twitch chat. You can say hi YouTube if you like. YouTube chat, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream. Thanks for tuning in. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Laya used to be rich. Congratulations. I hold up a bottle of water to you and sip my decaf coffee. Oh yeah, that guy. I mean, like, it's hard to talk about Thor these days because he's just kind of everywhere. And to give you an idea, he's streaming right now, as far as I know. And how many viewers does he have? Like, just to give you an idea of how astronomical this guy is. Yeah, he's got 20,000 people watching him play Ashes of Creation currently, wearing a wizard hat. And that means he's making more money in ad revenue per day than I do in total per month. You know. Well, it's because he was a Blizzard employee. Like, he comes from corporate game dev, right? He's very much he's very much a do as I say, not as I do kind of person. And there's a lot of things that he says and does that just make me go, okay. Okay, we all have our own takes. I get it. Well, could it be that his content is also more broad? Oh, I mean, I'm not... It's got nothing to do with his, like, fame and fortune. I mean, he got fame because his shorts that went viral were all about, like... Okay. Please note that I'm not talking about shit about Thor in this bit here. There is a way to get famous in any industry, and that is be a guru. Okay? If you are a guru, or a self-help guru, or a motivational speaker, it is easier to progress in almost any industry. Thor, Pirate Software, is the indie game developer, or wannabe indie game developer, guru. He's not exploitative. He's not selling courses, thankfully. But what he does do is offer shit tons of free advice constantly. So when he blew up, it was at an era where a lot of people were getting into game dev because we were kind of not at the tail end of the pandemic, but like at the latter half of like when people were just allowed to start to do stuff again. And you've got a lot of people that have been locked inside for a long time playing a lot of video games who really want to learn how to make video games, especially a lot of young people. And so he hit the nail on the head at the right time of that indie game developer guru shtick. Perfectly. So of course he's more mainstream than me. Of course he is. Like it's not really a matter of like, is he bigger than me? But it's funny when people say that I remind them of him when I feel like personally it should be the other way around because I've been doing this way longer. But I'll also tell you this. I'll probably still be doing this after he's ballooned into such a big business that he's not even recognizable as himself anymore. If he keeps going in the direction he's going. So. Whereas I'll still be sitting in my house, still streaming. And honestly, I've said this before and I'll say this again. I don't really want to be the most famous person on the internet. There's parts of that really suck that you don't really hear people complain about. I need to cough, hold on. It's more of a sneeze, but still loud. All right, so this is the fort. I've got a dwarf to name, which is the angriest, beardest dwarf. Which appears to be Zulban the Speardurf. The Spadurf. And this is going to be Dulcan. And Dolkin only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation, is often sad and dejected and prone to hatreds, often develops negative feelings, generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, he tends to avoid crowds, generally finds himself to be hopeful about the future, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is, of course, open to changing his mind. He is often nervous, he likes to brawl, and he often feels envious of others. He has a greedy streak, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He commonly winks as a form of greeting and cackles when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally dreams of mastering a skill and sees that life is unfair and doesn't mind it that way, values romance, and values sacrifice. He likes pyrolusite as well as trifle pewter and Cristocola and coral and giant deer bone, rope reed paper, bucklers, crutches, and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. The sound of the play of sisters, and when possible prefers to consume herring and persimmon wine and absolutely hates moon snails. He's already no longer recognizable. You used to watch him there when he had 400-ish viewers. I watched him a couple times when he was streaming Dwarf, actually. I helped him learn a few things. I gave him some advice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch big channels. Like, I watch channels that are about my size, a little bit bigger, and a little bit smaller, and quite a bit smaller, a lot smaller. Most of the Twitch I watch is like 30 to 40 viewer channels, oddly enough. This dwarf needs to be booted out of the military, like, immediately. So let's just get you out of there. Let's get you doing anything else. Because I don't need that many stressed military dwarves. So there's a vampire in the fort. That's the first thing I need to mention. Second thing I need to mention is I need to make a temple to the Creative Treasuries. Third thing I need to mention is we got lava. Yay. 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 Talk about geriatric irrelevant streamers. Cat and Papyro. Asking if you've only played Classic, there might be a way to add your own sprites and tiles to the Steam version. You can edit any tiles, yes. Are you asking about, like, are there custom tile sets for it? If you're talking about, like, version 47 earlier, it was much easier to make tile sets for Dwarf Fortress because it only required you editing, like, what, 38 sprites or whatever? So it was very easy. Now it's very hard because there's, like, hundreds of them. There's thousands of them, actually. Even in the classic version. So are there custom tile sets? Yes. I've seen people using them. I don't know where they're available. I don't know if they're available. I don't know who's making them. I don't know what's involved because I haven't done it. I know you can because I've seen people with them. So that's all I'll say. Snail is a named snail. Baked Leech is another snail. We have Zwari. We have Orc with a Bow. We have Amethyst, who's up and moving. We've got Bane. We've got Mini Monster. These are the living dwarves in the fort. We've got Jeffrey, who's our manager. You know, old Jeffy, manager. Butch, who's the mayor. And we've got, who else is named? Keen Cook, Dominoc, Jasper. As well as a bunch of peasants, none of which are legendary. And a bunch of children. And Too Tall Dad, who's my last leopard man. So we've had some people eaten by vampire. There is a vampire in the fort somewhere. So I'm starting to be more and more suspect about my dwarves. Because we're at that point. But I think I may wait until somebody else appears dead, because I just have this. We have this. I do have several other people I can interrogate, such as English. Such as anybody else who's popped up here as a witness. So Cybrek, because I was going after people who seemed suspect. Well, I'll just interrogate all the Cybreks, that's fine. Because this is also decent training. And we've got Datan. Because honestly, it could be anybody. No, we do not know who the vampire is yet. Which you probably figured that out. Is my vampire more pale than other dwarves? So, okay. Vampires are red when discovered. There was a bug in the game which was in the game for like a year, which I actually told the developers about live on stream, which is one of my greatest career achievements. Which was they were all blue. They were blue. They were the same color as zombies. That has been fixed, so they have not been different coloration in quite some time now. So they look exactly the same as other dwarves until discovered, and only then when they are fully discovered. Partially discovered, no. Only fully discovered. So only when they are fully discovered will they look different. Who needs a tour of this fort? Aren't they green when they're discovered? Well, their names turn red. I'm actually not sure what color their sprites turn because I don't pay too much attention. They might be green, but yeah. Their names turn red in the description here. That's what I'm cluing into as red. So this is the front door. This fortress has a volcano on it, as you can see. I reclaimed this fortress intentionally so the volcano would start erupting, and it did. So we have possibly the coolest cliff face I've ever seen. Like, I love this. Everything about this is just awesome. Like this, I've been calling it the obsidian shelf. I mean, look at that. Isn't that badass? That's so fucking cool. And it kind of goes down the sides here, and then all the way down to here, and then all the way down to here. We throw the vampire in prison, and then once they've done their prison sentence, we section them off into their own portion of the fort. And then there's areas like this that have managed to fully cool because it sealed itself off due to snow or something. Yeah, I don't know. This is just super fucking cool. This is one of the coolest setups I've ever seen. Krug Smash hasn't... Has Krug Smash edited the tile set since it came out on Steam? I don't think he has. Ryan? Like, older versions, yeah, but there's a trillion old tile sets for older versions. Like, I had my own edited version of Krug Smash's tile set for a while, and also made my own once. Did he made one for the current version? Wow, okay. I haven't watched his videos in a minute, but... Alright, so we do have a thing here that I could use as a magma forge. I don't really want to use this. This up here is filling slowly. This stopped powering because this got pulled, so this has been set to be pulled again. The lava is being pulled in from the top of the volcano here. And this is kind of our front entry walkway, which I'm slowly siphoning out into separate rooms. This is where we're trading. This is going to become probably my forge, my metalsmith's forge right here. I need to set it up a little nicer because right now it's not great, but this is going to become the metalsmith's forge. I'm thinking I'm going to connect this to something and then allow the dwarves to enter the smith's forge from up here, because I think that would be neat. And then maybe use this as a back door, I don't know. Down here is our tomb, which is very small. We haven't lost that many dwarves yet. And then this is my artifact hold. In here we have 2 primordial cloud stuff artifacts, as well as an artifact. And it's locked behind this Gabbro lever, and these bars are lowered. And when the bars are lowered, you can go in and grab stuff. Otherwise, you can't. So that's how we're defending our artifacts. I might let visitors into this fort. We'll see. If I do, it'll be pretty sectioned off from the rest of the fort, just for safety's sake. These are our bedrooms, which are way overcomplicated and take way too long to make, but I think are really cool. So that's that. And they also have lower levels. In fact, I should probably smooth these ones. And I could probably finish these ones, because I definitely finished these in the middle of the last stream and then completely forgot to put beds in them. Yeah, that's how far we've come. We've got plenty of dwarves that need beds. I've got plenty of vampires that need to be, or a vampire that needs to be discovered, and hopefully we can find that vampire sooner than later. And yeah, any questions? I'm presuming you meant supper, not super. But we'll see you later, Basta. Take care. Yeah, one vampy is plenty. Plenty for the vampy. Up here, we do have a mayor, and we also have a captain of the guard. Captain of the guard still needs some things to be satisfied, and the mayor's not even remotely close to satisfied, but we're working on it. We are working on it. The captain of the guard needs a weapon rack and an armor stand, so I'm going to give him that right now. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, this is the Captain of the Guard's dining hall right there. So that'll satisfy their dining hall need at the very least. Captain of the Guard needs a nicer bedroom. And this is the mayor's bedroom, which I guess is too small. But I'm just going to put a display in there and chuck something valuable in there. Should be fine. I'm going to need trapdoors for all of these as well. There's plenty of other things we're going to need, so yeah. I think the primary thing that I need to work on right now is just another set of bedrooms, really. So let's get some more bedrooms up and running. He did a guide in his stream, so he remade the engraved floor tiles. Yeah, like, no, I mean, you can absolutely edit the current tiles, but, like, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not aware of any complete, finished, available tile sets on the internet that are made by fans. If there are any, please link them. Don't say, yeah, you can make them, because, yeah, I know that you can make them, but can you download it? Has anybody put any on the workshop? Because if anybody has, I haven't seen them. I would like to, because I'll be honest with you. There are people who have not played this version yet because they are just like, well, I can't use my tile set. It's like, well, you can. It's just it takes a lot of work. So if anybody starts to do that work, that needs to be pushed and shown to people and put in front of people. Actually, let's just do this like this, because this is going to end up being one too far over. There you go, Bastet. There you go. Anyway, you have a good dinner. Except I need to do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. But anyway, something that I think is really interesting, because we kind of were halfway talking about it earlier anyway, is in regards to the whole Pirate Software Thor thing. I think that in order to become that famous, there are some things that you need to knowingly abuse, and that's either people's kindness or a need. I think Thor abused a need. He found a need, and he's gone all in on that need and overcompensated for that need. And I think in a lot of ways, he's doing a lot of good because of the need that he chose. You know, he didn't go the route that a lot of, I think, big channels go, which is controversy. He decided to become a teacher. But being a teacher, you have a lot of responsibility. And there's been a good number of times already where I've... Like, I don't watch the guy, right? But I'll see him say something that I go, that is not in the best interest of the audience that you were trying to teach. And I've seen that a couple of times. And I fear, because of his history of where he was employed and what he did in games, that he's not equipped to teach the audience that he's teaching. And that could do a good amount of damage to people's desired careers if they follow what he says to a T. And that spooks me a lot. But thankfully, it seems to be at a minimum generally. We have snatchers on the map. Question is... there they are. I was going to say, the question is, have they made it into the fort yet? Yes, they have.
Crypt of Darkness, Crypt Vile Force, Crypt of Darkness.
Small Bean Lad, thanks for the 10th month. Used to do things like that in 2010s for a while. You can see it being way too much work to finish. I could see it being way too much work to finish, but also not only being way too much work to finish, but also being like, oh, we do in fact have some war dogs. Good. Good. Get him, Bitey! Stray war dog attacks the goblin thief, but he scrambles away. The war dog attacks the goblin thief, but he scrambles away. Does he bite him? Well, you've definitely bit him. Bit him in the lower arm. There we go. Look at that. Get him, Nibbles. Get him, Nibbles and Friends! Nibbles and Friends took him out. Do I have a named dog now? Please tell me I got a named dog out of that. There we go! We got Oiled Splashes, who is now a named dog who killed a goblin, I think. Yep. Killed Cuts Mob. Congratulations to good old Pupper. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Small Bean Lad? Did you change your name? I don't recognize that name. But thanks for the 10th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. There goes another goblin. Rest in peace, Gorbos. I think I'm just gonna put war dogs up there at the front. And since we're in an ad break, I'm gonna type in dog. Let's war train some more dogs. You'd love to make sprites, but I do not think you're artistically equipped. Well, not much. Mako, what's up with you? So, one of those goblins got very enthusiastic and decided to use my lava as an escape route. Oh, you used to be Dwarf Dragon. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll remember that. It's okay. You're now the 18th cousin of Elfie Bean. It's all cool beans, though. You know, I like using beans in contexts where the word beans isn't appropriate. Like, one of my favorite Formula One-isms is give it full beans. Actually, I think that's just British racing, but British car talk is just he's giving it full beans! Well, at least that solved the goblin problem quickly. Okay, but there's apparently people still fighting. No, we're good. We are good. Although, there's somebody running from things. Who is it? Ustath. Or actually, hold on, let me check this. Okay. Oh, I see. It's just because... Why are you still in conflict? Huh. That's interesting. Lewis, it's hammer time! You know, I'm very sad we're never going to hear Lewis, it's hammer time ever again. I'm very sad about this. Oh yeah, don't mind that. That's just going to keep happening. Got some very terrified children in this fort right now. Turns out they don't like choking on smoke underground. Weird. So this should be filling up, which it is. This should keep filling up, which it is. We'll let things just keep going. Hello, mini monster. Welcome here as usual. It's full of beans. It's just jelly beans all the way down, man. Turns out the Jelly Bellies marketing money went real far when they decided to sponsor Formula One Motorsport 2 trillion years ago, which I don't think they ever did, but in my mind they did. Okay, so we are doing a lot of things in this fort. Feel free to, like, also give me suggestions for this fort, because aside from, like, construction projects, because I have a few things that we're currently working on, I don't really have any big end goals for this fort. which might be a surprise to some of you because in recent forts I've had very consistent end game goals. In this one, I don't really have one. Like really, truly, I kind of don't have one. I don't really know what to do as a big overarching end goal. It's pretty similar, this fort actually, to when I started up Gortusk, because Gortusk I didn't have an end goal. I just kind of ended up making a cult fort eventually. This fort I kind of don't have an end goal. I wanted to start a fort with some of the godlike weapons from the new update, and I did, and we have them, and I seem to be able to use them. I haven't really had an opportunity to test them to see if they actually work yet, but we'll definitely get an opportunity to test that. But beyond that, I don't really have a goal for this fort, except for maybe make a snail into a baron, but I can't do that because we're the capital already because I retired it too many times. So, yeah, I don't really know what to do with this fort. Make peace with the elves. So we're already at peace with the elves. It's impossible to make peace with a faction once you've gone to war with them. So I could just never go to war with the elves and, like, trade with them. That's easy. I do that in every other fort. I wouldn't say it's really an overarching goal much. That's more of a, just kind of a thing that I do a lot of the time. Except for when I don't. All right, so we'll let that work. And then you, and you. I will dig down, dig down, dig down, dig down, and do this for additional bedrooms. I was kind of expecting this one to hit ice. Surprised it didn't. Rid the world of goblins. That would take a very, very, very long time, but I admire your enthusiasm. Kind of working on that. That kind of is the plan, actually, Rubbish Frog. To send the undesirables away. I was thinking about maybe building a big tower somewhere. Building big towers is fun. I kind of know what I want to do with an adventure mode video at some point. It's like just basically a video about becoming a legendary strangling dwarf. Just a dwarf that does nothing but strangle things. Like, I just want a dwarf that's so good at wrestling they can just walk up to anything and just go bah! And just strangle them in the middle of a field full of people and just walk away. I kind of don't want to play Keeper RL. I'll be honest with you, Chains World. Like, I played Keeper RL. I don't have anything against people who follow Thor. What? Why would I mock most of my audience? Like, believe it or not, something like 60% of people who watch my channel allegedly also watch Thor. So why would I do that? That seems dumb. Anyway. Yeah, I kind of don't want to play Keeper RL. In fact, the publisher of that game reached out to me recently and asked if, like, they could work out a sponsorship deal, and I was like, I don't dislike Keeper RL. I think Keeper RL is a really neat game. But I play Keeper RL and I just don't want to play any more of it when I'm done. It's weird. Like, it doesn't happen very often to me with games, but, like, it kind of is the same thing I felt when I played Timberborn. Like, by all counts, it's a really cool little video game that does some interesting things, that has neat mechanics, that's very well made. And I have no interest in playing it. I don't know why that happens sometimes, but it does. I do have a coffee link, but if you throw money at me on coffee, there is no notification whatsoever. It's the low-key way to give me money. There's a link beneath the stream. I treat it sort of like Streamlabs direct tips, but, like, without, you know... without having to go through Logitech, I guess. Because they're still their parent company, I think. Alright, let's just get those goblins out of here. We'll be buying it after the new year, but we'll be playing as undead. Well, enjoy the game. I mean, it's a good game. It's just, it didn't grab me as much as I thought it would. Build a second identical decoy fort. What? Wait, hold on a second. What the heck does that mean? Identical decoy fort. How the hell does one build an identical decoy fort? One sock, two sock, hello. No problem, Gold Bludgeon. I guess sorry for not linking the coffee better, but I will say, if you want to support me directly, the best way to do that is through my blog. Because I get the highest cut of revenue out of any platform on there. Literally all I have to do is pay Stripe's fees, which is like nada.
Stupid cheered. X100. Hello.
Future reference. Ire Stupid, thanks for the doll, her. How is you do? I'm kind of amazed that we've interviewed a bunch of people now, and no luck. No new information was revealed. Belief in harmony complied. For the love of the interrogate, made flattering remarks in order to elicit information. Nothing new. Attempted to misrepresent facts surrounding the case in order to elicit information. Subject was cagey and refused to reply. All right, well, we got to interrogate you again. That was Cybrick. I think it was this Cybrick. Okay, Dr. Phineas, thank you very much for the 50 subscriptions. And Valorant threw 14 on top of that. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Hey, look, Viral LP got caught in there. Does anybody have a Prime sub or a resub that they can pop in the next 3 minutes? Otherwise, I will gift a sub to make that into a hype train. I mean, building an identical decoy fort would be very funny. It would be like building having a fort on either side of a canyon, and then building identical forts on either side, but one's empty and one's full of dwarves. One's just full of statues of your dwarves. It's like, they'll never catch us. Ire Stupid, thanks for chucking out a gift. Appreciate you. And Rubbish Frog, thanks for continuing that subscription. And BG, thanks for the Prime. I'm just going to re-interview all of the Cyberx because I don't trust them. But shit. Desokan, thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you.
Cheered. X100.
Ire Stupid, thanks for the more bits. In order to level up the hype train, it needs one more subscription. Thank you so much, Dr. Phineas. Happy holidays.
Stupid cheered.
Mako Darkfire, thanks for the 5-pack. Hold on. What? Okay, so thanks for the 5-pack, and it seems like our Auntie Valerie like mimicked your gifts. Hold on a second. I'm gonna help. Because you're sitting here and you've got like a level 435 dodge roll here. No, it's Anti-Valley. I have no idea what a Valorant is. I'm trying not to advertise the video game, okay? Well, thanks for watching, Phineas. Vicious, thanks for the $5. As I interrogate yet more dwarves. Subject complied, so it's not you. Interrogating everybody is what we're doing while I'm building bedrooms in the background. Is what we're doing. We're interrogating everybody who seems even remotely suspicious and also making bedrooms in the background. That is what I'm doing. Did I get rid of my carpenter shop? Is that what's going on? My manager is sleeping. Well, that explains a lot. Too busy napping to do the job. Go figure. What if the vampire is a child? That would be very unlikely, but possible. I hadn't even considered that. But very unlikely because kids show up pretty neutral, and I haven't had any weirdly legendary kids show up or anything. I mean, euphoric, yeah, it's pretty unlikely it would have been one of them. Euphoric, it's not you. Yeah, it's probably not the kids. Because none of them have, like, any weirdly high skills or anything. And none of them are lying about their age. But, like, dwarves like this one, I think, are kind of suspect, but... Where did that engineer go? Eh, whatever. Hopefully we'll have a witness the next time somebody murders somebody. Keep the Hype Polar Express going? Well, in order to keep it going, it needs another 15 subscriptions. You felt really disguised? How so? Like, what do you mean by you felt really disguised?
178.
Have I closed on it? No, I closed on it January 31st, but I have all of the... It's only I can back out at this point. All of the paperwork's done. I have to physically hand somebody a check, though. Devildawn, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. I greatly appreciate you. So I will be moving first week of February. It needs, what? 3 more subscriptions to level it up again? Do we have 3 Prime subs? Hanging around, by chance. Or resubs. There you go. Chains World. These anonymous ones are me. I'm helping. Needs 2 more, chat. Ball's in your court. Got 10 seconds. Marry whatever. Yeah, you know, honestly, that works. It is a done deal at this point, yes. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. It's like, I could still back out, but I have 0 plans too, so. Thank you very much for the 91 subscriptions. I guess 2 of them were me, but 91 subscriptions and, where's the bits counter? $11 in bits. Building a decoy fort would be really funny. Although if you were to build a decoy fort, build the main one out of stone and then the decoy fort out of wood and fill it up with traps. Thanks to whoever gave it to you. It should say on the notification. It should, anyway. Oops, that's the wrong tool. Don't want to use boulders for that. And then down here, we'll just smooth. Smooth all the way through to that. I mean, you can either check on the little notifications up at the top, which is a little square-shaped thing up at the top right of Twitch, or you can go to the subscription screen and it'll show you who gifted it to you, whether or not it was anonymous or not. The best kind of complaining. Devil done. So I need to make a temple. Got to figure out where to put that. I'm not certain this isn't going to overflow, but I don't think it will. So, chat, if the lava starts overflowing, please point it out if I miss it. Yeah, so that's you guys are on lava watch. If I miss lava that's obviously overflowing, please tell me. I mean, people can be a fan of both beer and wine, or apple juice and orange or grape juice. Yeah, definitely. Be a fan of whatever you want to be a fan of. And so, I also need to make a... Okay, let's re-look at all these. No new information. Subject believed in the value of cooperation. Subject complied. Subject agreed for the love of interrogator despite being a natural loner and spurring the value of cooperation. No new information. Crud. All right. Well... Also, we've had 2 migrant waves now since more people have arrived. It's probably not you. What color's your hair? His hair is buff, right? I always buff always confuses me for the gray hair. Like, I always think it's like, oh, you've got gray hair, but... No, you don't. You just have buff, which is like a very light beige. I could also look at really distressed dwarves. Easily stressed dwarves who killed somebody would be upset. Also, all of these dwarves have hooked noses, I've noticed. Maybe I should interrogate this dwarf. What if you're a bailiff? What if my what now? Let's interrogate Lorbam. I may actually just sort by most unhappy and just go for dwarves that are upset. Like Dulcan. So now I'm kind of curious. But now I can get some beds made, if nothing else. So there are now some more bedrooms available for dwarfs. I can just assign these. Which, you know, I do this once again so that I know how many more beds I need to make. Although it doesn't help me find vampires this way, but... One way I could allow these bedrooms to help me find vampires would be by removing or putting windows in all of the walls. If there was ways to see into every single bedroom, you'd find a vampire pretty quick. Because then the next time someone gets eaten, somebody would notice it from the hallways. Because of the way pathing works and the way line of sight works. But I don't know if I really want to do that, because then they'd all have windows into them and that would look weird. Let's keep following the captain of the gird, who's interrogating this dwarf right now. No luck. Misrepresented facts. Subject had a trusting nature and agreed. No new information was revealed. Well, that blows. Bane. Bane. I realize you're a grazer. So, apparently, my warthog men are grazers. So I've assigned them to sleep up in these bedrooms, so that they're forced to go onto grass at certain points. But turns out it's not that efficient at making them do that. Also, there's a dead goblin in the hallway still. We should get rid of that. Be gone, gob. Please be gone. Be gone quickly, please. Certainly not optimal. You know, ballistas are a weird thing. Who's asking about siege engines? You had a huge setup to shoot a forgotten beast with the fort. The only way to really make ballistas work is talented siege operators and long hallways. You know, maybe that could be a goal for this fort, is let's just use siege engines. Let's just use siege engines. I mean, we have ice, which is and obsidian, which is virtually infinite siege ammo training. Why don't we just do that? I could do that. I just have to get it. I'd have to get the training going now. I don't trust this guy, at all. But I've interviewed you, yeah? Yeah, I'll interview you again. I might just start interviewing everybody slowly. The good news is that this is going to be real good speech training for our captain. Nothing new found. I mean, what even is your speech training skills right now? Proficient and skilled and competent in just about everything else. Damn, dude. Can you be a pacifist in Dwarf Fortress? Don't attack anybody and settle far away from everybody. I guess it depends on what you define as a pacifist. Dalkin hasn't committed any crimes. Subject was too afraid to not comply, so it wasn't you. But yeah, I guess it depends. It depends on what you mean by pacifist. But yes, I will say yes. Asterisk, you can be a pacifist, but it depends on what you define as a pacifist. Some things will inevitably attack you, unless you are just simply out of reach of them. Pretty sure that Zircon didn't end up on one. Oh no, it did. It's right there. Don't do that then. Let's just bring in some brilliant cut amethysts and put those on that pedestal. Oh, if you mean animals too, yeah, that's really difficult. Although being a pacifist, I think, would end up just being kind of boring, right? Because I think the easiest way to be a pacifist in Dwarf Fortress would just simply be lock the door, don't let anybody outside, don't let anything inside, and don't have any visitors. So it would be the infinitely self-sufficient fort question, which is, can you make an infinitely self-sufficient fort? Yes, you can. Is it fun, though, is the better question. The answer is, I don't know. Debatable. Let's just do a smelter. Oh, I need to do a lava smelter. Duh. That's how you live your daily life. I mean, hey, play your games the way you live in reality, and maybe if that makes you happy, then roll with it. I kinda want a walkway going here. And over to there. With hallways on either side up here. This is going to be where... Which I can just do it this way first. This is going to be the entryway to our forges. And then I can do some sort of... Ooh, maybe storage up here? Yeah, that could be cool. We have tetrahedrite. That's about it currently, which is fine. I mean, it's not great, but I don't really prioritize being super mineral rich. In fact, I prioritize the opposite. I only want to have one, maybe two types of metal ore in any map, and I do that intentionally. Because personally, to me, it's too OP to just have access to everything all the time. I mean, you can just go into the settings and... Okay, so... If you go to the settings and you go to difficulty and you go to custom, and you scroll down, there's an option in here which is diplomacy tree fell count. Right? This is the point that the elves will start attacking you if they're aware of your location and if you are chopping down more than that every year. Most fortresses do not need to chop down more than 25 trees per year. Even if you're doing a full steel industry to, like, equip your entire military with steel. Only on charcoal. You probably don't need to be cutting down that many. You can. Many people do, especially if you're clear cutting to, like, construct something. But you don't need to, because you get a lot of logs per tree. The 5 one is pretty hard to complete for Untamed Wilds. But you can set that number to whatever you want. Right? And if they like you, they'll give you a higher number. Like, I've had them give me as many as 45 before on normal maps that aren't Untamed Wilds. I don't think it would be unpacifist, though, because that's not violence, right? As long as you stay within their allowed number, right? You're not breaking any laws. You're not damaging them. You're not outright hurting anybody. You're just simply being dwarves. Yeah, so they have really... Basically, if you have really good faction reputation with the elves, they will allow for you to chop down more trees. That's a non-issue. I mean, I got like, quote, no trees to cut on this map either, but there is actually trees to cut. It's not quite that simple. I do need to connect to this. Well, if only to have access to these back tunnels. Which currently is through this, but I think I'm going to remove that. And I also need to make that temple. I think the temple is going to go down here. Because I think the idea of a temple after the tomb is kind of nifty. So let's do a multiple layer temple. Actually, I that at the end there. Could go along here somewhere. How much space do I have here? Oh. You want build? I mean, I've been dreaming of Ents in Dwarf Fortress for a very long time, so I'm with you on that. How about this? Wait, what religion is this? The Creative Treasuries? Ooh. Trying to think how I could make this look really cool. I could do like a bunch of, like I could channel up here and have like a visible space down here. And this lower area could be the temple, like underneath, but you can see it from up here. I think that could be pretty cool. Do you guys think that would be a neat design? If I found the vampire, I should check. I'm kind of leaning unlikely, by the way. Nope, we have not. I've interrogated a lot of people, but I've not found it. Although it hasn't killed anybody else. No, I wasn't going to do a glass floor. I was just going to do open holes so us, the player, can see it, but the characters can't. I mean, I could replace this with glass in the future. That wouldn't be too hard. Steph the captain. That would be really funny. Although, actually, can it be the cap? Hold on. Yeah, I mean, it could be the captain. Although they were euphoric due to inebriation not too long ago. And I have seen them sleep, so it's probably not the... It's also not the mayor. I've interrogated the mayor. Although you did see a dead body. Should I temporarily assign a different... Okay, actually, hold on a second. Cappy, who's your wife? Onal? I'm going to get him to interrogate his wife. If he hasn't yet. And then if she isn't it, I'm going to get her to interrogate him. Because that would be really funny if it was. I don't think it's the captain. There's some issues with that. But who knows? I mean, there's still more people we're interrogating, so. Although if it was the captain, he probably would have eaten somebody in the tavern, and we probably would have had witnesses. But then again, if we had witnesses, he would have said something. It's kind of funny though, because like this guy saw Tosid's dead body, like, or the captain of the guard did. And he keeps remembering it and thinking about it, but Tosid didn't die to a vampire, so. Anyway, let's check intelligence. Probably no new information. Yep, no new information. Okay, so this is for the creative treasuries, which I will accept now so it doesn't fail out on me. But no, this is what I mean when I say, like, a multi-floor setup. So this would be the base level floor. But then you can see the lower level from up here because they're channeling out underneath. So you'll be able to see dwarves going down here and going up and all that. I think this could be pretty cool. At least I think. There's also a bunch of wheelbarrows coming out of here. I got a track stop set up here now, which is set to go south. Just going to add this and set it to just be metal ore. And I'm going to add a track stop to this. I'm going to, I would assign a minecart, but I can't. We're going to load from this. And you're going to only load, well, we'll just say metal ore. It's easy. And get rid of all this. And now I need a minecart. Which I think to make a minecart, what I'm going to do is just make a magma forge. And we'll make a minecart. Because right now, like I said, all I have is tetrahedrite. So we'll just get you smelting tetrahedrite, because we can. Cavern wood, yes. There is no surface wood. Which, honestly, I like the mushroom trees more, because I think they look cooler. Because, like, anybody who... You guys know that I'm mostly about aesthetics, right? Like, everything else, not be damned, but, like, everything else is priority too. Underneath my aesthetics. I like my aesthetics. And also, let's make a drawbridge here. Just so I can smooth this wall out here. And you know what? Let's not. Let's just smooth. Let's just smooth. This side we will construct, though. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the first things I always changed. When it comes to coloration or patterns, is I would just slightly change the distance that engraved floors would go. Like, so instead of just being like an X that's barely connecting, I would make it into like a little circle or a square. So you get little interlocking patterns. But it always depended on the material that it was, in my opinion. So these will get built real quick, or they should get built pretty quick. So we're just constructing these drawbridges, and then I can just do this. Hot day for Sunday dinner. It's not Sunday, is it? Strange. I wonder why that is. Anyways, happy very normal Wednesday. How are you doing, Stone? Hopefully you had a good Sunday dinner on a Wednesday. Oops, I missed one. Actually, I missed two. Terrifying. It's an interesting way to do this. You gonna fall there, Dwarf? Yep, you are. It's okay, you guys can deconstruct it from this side too. The last fortress I made out of glass was Fire Orb, and I really liked Fire Orb. I think Fire Orb was really cool, but I learned something pretty quick in Fire Orb, which was I really don't like looking at glass that much. Like, glass is cool. But being completely honest, I'm not going to do another one for a while. I use glass accents, but I'm not going to use glass as a primary construction material for a long time. Still nothing. It does not help, or maybe it does help, that this is a very inactive vampire too. So they don't seem to, like, vampires that are super active just start murdering like crazy. This one is being very sparing with the murdering, which is also making me suspect the captain of the guard more, purely because I'm keeping him real fucking busy. He's very, very busy with having to, you know, interrogate all these dwarves. So it helps that he's really fucking busy. This is going to be a temple. This is going to be a temple to some religion. This one. The god of wealth they worship. You would never? I'm going to make your wife interrogate you, and we'll see what she says. Although, she's probably biased against you and will call you out as a blood-sucking vampire regardless of how factual it is. Well, for love of the interrogator, they may choose to lie, but, you know, I'm still going to try it because I think it's thematically funny. You know, it's like a corporation, looking into itself over some misdoings. So we investigated ourselves, and there's no wrongdoing, but we fired so-and-so. What? So then why was there no... We investigated ourselves, and there was no wrongdoing anymore. Exactly. Bad movie. Pizzicato. Genuine statement. No memes. And then I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to make a copper altar. Copper altar. We'll make 2. We need a spare one. This can be set to citizens only. Got a ways to increase this value before it's considered a temple, but I think that'll look pretty cool. Gives us some multi-flooring area here. And then you, I've got a bunch of copper and a bunch of silver. So let's just make, I think a copper minecart would look nice. That'll be a nice color. I mean, it's not going to be lava safe or anything fancy, but I think it'll have a nice shine to it. So we'll go with that. Let's just do these 2 bottom bedrooms. Let's do this one up here. Be happy it's not a sperm whale vampire. Okay. I'm not sure where that came from. Did you just, like, think of biggest animal I could think of? So, the wife complied. And it's not the wife. So, bim. You want to know why I'm going to make Onul the... Actually, you know what? Let's interrogate Zas, the fish dissector. Because I don't think it's the captain of the guard. I'm pretty sure it's not. But, like... Why does a fish dissector have tactics? It's probably not him. But, like, what if it was? Did see a goblin die, but... Nope, wasn't him. Attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to elucidate. Subject was not afraid and refused. Subject may have misjudged the subject's character. All right, now I'm suspicious. Never trust a fish cleaner. Never trust a fish cleaner. Well, the thing is, that's the problem, is I do have a tavern keeper. So vampires can get drunk if you have a tavern keeper. I don't like that he's refusing to comply, though. I don't like this. Subject had a trusting nature and agreed. Okay. Well, fudge. So I'm starting to run out of people to interrogate. I'm going to interrogate Jeffrey the manager. I'm going to interrogate this doctor. I'm going to interrogate that peasant, this surgeon, and this trapper. We're going to run out of people eventually. Dr. Acula? I don't think he's actually much of a suspicion, but that was also a stretch and a bad joke, so. Alrighty, Jeffy. Okay, so vampires never looked like vampires. KGXE. Vampires were bugged for about a year because the developers didn't notice. Because in none of their test forts, they got a vampire. Okay? Vampires looked like zombies. They're not supposed to look like zombies. They're supposed to look like vampires, which look different. Okay? But vampires are supposed to disguise themselves. They're supposed to be pseudo-shapeshifters. They can change the color of their skin. And they're supposed to be able to walk into a fort and just look like the rest of your dwarves. It's supposed to be like playing Among Us, not like playing Where's Waldo, you know? And they made it to Where's Waldo and not enough Among Us. So it's not that they don't look like vampires. They never looked like vampires. They were just super bugged before, and now they're not bugged anymore. The other thing that I am going to do with copper. Okay, well, I should queue up some copper gear. So let's just do copper shield, 10, and silver warhammer, 10. We're just going to do that because of all this tetrahedrite I have. But let's do that minecart first so that I can start getting stuff sorted. You should get no wheelbarrows. You should get 2. In another country on another world. I was gonna say, like, what amendment is you is speaking of? Because I don't think these dwarves know of any amendments that you are speaking of. I don't. This is the classic. You have no jurisdiction here. You're a funny-looking Armok. I mean, truly. Okay, what's the value of this? Not high enough yet. I probably have some statues I can make. I do. So I've got automated statues of mushrooms. Or of tunnel tubes, actually. Or, no, what are they called? The fungi ones. Fungi wood, thems. We've got statues of those automated because my mayor wants statues. So I just automated rock statues. Did you hear USA never registered the bald eagle as their international? Isn't there somebody else that has that as their international bird? Like, I recall reading about this at some point. Like, some other country, like, yoinked it without them noticing. Hi, Armok. How you doing, Cooler? For those of you who don't know, Cooler did the majority of the art you see around this Twitch channel and the YouTube channel. So if you like the art, thank the cooler. Don't worry about it. Dwarves have very magical powers. Take. They just don't realize it. Okay, we made the 2 minecarts. So I can throw you on there and get that stacking. Still haven't found the vampire, but the list grows. Subject naively complied, is that what it said? What else do we have? I wish there was a back button in the interrogation screen, so I didn't need to like close and reopen it. I really wish there was a back button. Subject succumb to vanity. I have a very vain manager. Subject was cagey and refused to comply. Man, that fish dissector. What the fuck is up with that fish dissector? I guess we finally were able to get him. But why were you being so cagey? There's a vampire in the fortress, and none of y'all seem to care. Nah, I'm gonna interrogate Mini Monster. Going to interrogate Stukos. Just kind of interrogating everybody at this point. And also this Strand Extractor. Because, like... seem to be a... This person seems to have been around for a bit. Also, you're reliving experiencing trauma, which... we'll see. It got you hooked. Ay, ay, ay. Let's do rock cabinet and rock... Whoops. Rock coffer. However... let's just say when we're running out of them, we'll make more. And I'm going to make them both out of granite. Also, we're out of granite. Shocker. Surprise Pikachu. So I guess that means we should dig this way. And dig this way. Tell us what you know! Exactly. Tell us what you know, or the Gorlak gets it. I don't know. That is way too blocky, even for me. I think I'll just do that for right now. I will speak with every dwarf from this fort if I have to. And this menu is going to get very, very, very annoying to read. Because it always puts the newest one at the bottom. That's actually my biggest UI issue with the entire game right now. Is that it always puts new things at the bottom of lists like that. I wish it wouldn't do that. Or maybe if I could like archive them or like condense them down into one criminal story, it would be easier to follow, but it's so hard to follow right now. All right, so I need a new office for my captain of the guard. I'm gonna just say that because old Cappy here has this, but doesn't have an office. Cappy also needs a prison. Cappy doesn't have a prison. So I'm gonna make this into Cappy's office, and Cappy's prison, I think, is gonna go over here. Or maybe like, the thing, okay, there's one asterisk about the prison. Prisoners are given water. So it can't be somewhere where the water would freeze. So I need to know where the ice is. Once we know where the ice is, I can then do the thing that I was going to do a little bit ago and completely forgot, which is open this up and then go copper chain. Julekip, hello. Ice Blue, hello. Hope you're having a good holiday. Which I'll just say, make me 20. Should be an easy fix for Putnam. I'm just surprised it hasn't been done yet. That's the one that surprises me it hasn't been done yet, you know? Like, truthfully, that's the one that surprises me it hasn't been done yet. Or either or. I mean, skip to the... Oh, shit, we're in an ad break actively. Skip to the bottom of the list or sort in the opposite direction. Either would work. And either option would be fine. I wouldn't care which one. As long as they picked one and ran with it. That's all that I really want, truly. Oh, there's nothing undwarfy about above ground constructions. In the world gen, the majority of the populations live above ground. So think about it that way, right? Like, the majority of the populations in Dwarf Fortress reside above ground. So they're either living in human cities, or they're refugees, or they're roaming parties, or they're living in hillixes. Because every single major dwarven settlement has like half a dozen to a dozen hillixes that surround them, which are entirely above ground. They're farming settlements, right? Merry holidays, YouTube peoples. So that's, I will say, if people tell you that it isn't dwarfy to live underground, then they just know nothing about how dwarven society and Dwarf Fortress works. Which is fine. But dwarves are not an entirely subterranean race in Dwarf Fort. They're a partially subterranean race. What's the value of this? Not high enough yet. And I don't want to fail this. That should do her. Uh-oh. Okay, so something collapsing. I'm also going to knock these out and make these into doors. So that they're not running through here every time. Unplayable... you should change the name from Bad Fort Ideas with Orc to Unplayable Fort Ideas with Orc. Because they kill each other. Don't misuse fireworks. More like ban the fireworks. And if you're using fireworks, you're a bad person. Says the guy who went to a music school at one point that had a firework go through a window and set a grand piano on fire. I don't like fireworks very much. Recognize priesthood. The Holy Diamond. Chat, I have a question. Is Orc with a bow deserve it of the role of Holy Diamond of the religion that worships wealth? I'm asking chat, I'm not asking you. No, we don't make bows here. That's human propaganda. But as long as he isn't a vampire. Well, we've interrogated him twice. And he's the most qualified. Happy holidays, Orc with a bow. You're now a priest. You have the title of Holy Diamond, which means you get yelled at by citizens. I hope you enjoy your new role in, not the Ivory Temple, the wealthy cathedral. There you go. The fortress's first televangelist. Game, are you okay? Yeah, it's fine. Play as cart vehicle. There we go. Badunk. And now these can start getting moved onto this. And we will soon have an infinite stockpile there. Oh, well, now we have one, but just be a more consistent infinite stockpile there. He seems to have argued well. Well, for me, it was a gem cutter, and that makes sense for the god of wealth. I haven't started making the things yet. God damn. Why are you so slow, dwarves? Let's just use diorite for this. Diorite for that. To be the vampire, because that would be hilarious for you. Well, you did already admit no wrongdoing. So you already confessed to all crimes. So I see that as rather unlikely, but not impossible. Not impossible. It could be. But I maintain what I said earlier, which is not particularly likely. But not impossible. So you can keep your hopes up. How's your pre-holidays been? Cooler? Are things starting to wind up yet? That minimap, what have you embarked on? It's a mountain next to a volcano on a glacier with that. But this is a mountain. It turns into a tundra mountain biome. YouTube chat asked. So. You could lie? Mm-hmm. Everybody could lie. But I'm still maintaining it's very unlikely. But you can keep saying you could lie all you want, but this is my last statement. It's very unlikely that you're the necromancer. Or vampire, not necromancer. Bad idea romancer, more like. The conveyor and pusher and provider of terrible ideas is now in charge of religion. Or a religion. Honestly, it checks out. I'm promising to make them God? No, it's promising to make them rich, right? Isn't that what that would be? Actually, did I devalue this too much? Shit. Yes, I did. Quap. Also, always have to check this to make sure I'm not, like, accidentally clearing a dwarf that died. Oh. Needs refined coal. Right, because I forgot that I had this other forge over here. Well, I would say you are somebody who is preaching like the religion of wealth. So if that's a crypto bro, then I guess. I don't think crypto bros are that smart. This isn't that abnormal. You wouldn't need to custom world generate to get this, but this is custom world generation. But this is not an abnormal location. Just curious as to what slurries we will get right now and what plants we can mill. Got an artifact going. Reg has claimed a stoneworker's workshop. Ah, okay. That's the dimple cups, but we need bags is the problem. Because I think they're all full of sand. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going, because I had a sand industry for a minute there, is I'm just going to chuck a magma glass furnace over here. And I'm just going to manually on here tell them to make glass discs until they run out of glass. Is what I'm going to do. Also going to go to this squad and tell them to update their equipment. Because there's hammers now everywhere. Yeah, but I've absolutely settled on glacier volcanoes before on the default settings, so. But yes. This is advanced world gen, but I didn't change any settings to make this more likely, I guess is the thing I should say. But you are correct. Salty Tempest. Hey, Twitch chat, if you guys want to help out the lovely folks over on YouTube, go leave a like on the YouTube stream. It's a little quiet over there today. You love the World Gen tutorials that brings an amazing world. Any news after updates? Played Dwarf Fortress last time when Adventure Mode Beta came out. I mean, the last update said that it would be out real soon. Like, out of the beta branch and into the main branch. But it's basically done. They just need to finish the tutorials. Like, and do the presumed bug fixes that probably need to happen. Apparently, I had a lot more glass stuff sitting here than I thought I did, so let's just divvy these up. I'll just let them work on that for a bit. I didn't realize I still had so much glass stuff that needed to be finished. Actually, how much do I have that needs to be finished? Like a decent amount. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Let's just make 2 magma furnaces here, and I'll just get rid of them after a bit. Because I don't want them here. But I would like those jobs to get done. Okay, so this is going to be the new office of the Captain of the Guard. So I'm going to go over to there, and I'm going to get rid of this. So Cap, who's still interrogating people, who's been very busy, hasn't found the vampire yet. You know, part of the reason I'm just like interrogating everybody at this point is because I genuinely think it would be actually hilarious if it is the Captain of the Guard. Like, what I really want to do right now is wait until he's finished interrogating basically everybody in the fortress, and then just watch and see if he goes and eats somebody. Like, really, that's what I'm waiting for right now. Because it is plausible. It could be him. It could be him. Although, Cappy, where's your bed? Because you do need a better bedroom. Ah, too modest for you. Well. That's office, that's dining room. Should I attach the Captain of the Guard's bedroom to the dining room? So I could probably do a twofer in here and it'd probably be high enough value. Because I could throw, well, I need to make more beds apparently. Let's just do 25, and then just also just say, make a bed. Just fucking make a bed. Because I could easily do this like half and half, office, bedroom. Underneath? I feel like that would be loud and obnoxious. I'd rather have them both on the same layer so I can just see them. Makes my life easier. Although maybe I'll do the prison underneath. I've been trying to figure out where to put the jail. Maybe I could put the jail underneath and do it similarly to the way I did this, but like around the back of this. So like popping up through here. Could do the jail like that through a trap door in here. That could be kind of cool. A little bit of fun there. Actually, bars, 32 copper. Still making a ton of stuff out of copper and other things. Let's do... Am I still making blocks? I'm not. The detective to be the killer. I mean, that would be the plot twist of that TV writers would drool over. Come on. It's a great plot twist. Captain of the Guard is still not happy with bedroom, but probably because new bedroom doesn't actually have a bed in it. Okay, so Thultig could be the problem. Nope. Although, did he admit it? Subject complied. So it wasn't you. Now he's storing his own items. He's putting his new stuff away. Okay, so prison... is going to go down here. And I can build little prison cells around the edge of this. I think this could be pretty cool, actually. If you can make him interrogate himself. So the closest thing I've had, I've never actually had the Captain of the Guard be a vampire before. What I have had though is and I've had this happen more than once, where a Captain of the Guard goes to interrogate a criminal who's trying to steal something from the fort or actively stole something from the fort. And in the time that it takes for the Captain of the Guard to talk to the criminal and then walk the criminal to his office, the criminal convinces the Captain of the Guard to join him, turned him to the criminal's side, and then the Captain of the Guard admits their own crime during the investigation. It's like, during the year this and this, so-and-so corrupted name of Captain of the Guard, just be an agent in the fortress of this during this time. Like, he self-reports in his own write-up, basically. And I fucking love it when that happens. It's so funny. A mysterious construction has begun. So this is being made by Mama Dorothy. who is a competent fighter, apparently. Not in the military. That's interesting. Former member of a bunch of things. Has a husband. Uh-huh. Killed a wolf. Uh-huh. No weird skills. Have I interrogated you, ma'am? Reg, have you been interrogated? Are you a criminal? Probably not, but might as well do later. I mean, she's 23. She's got some injuries as well. Her hair is buff. It's always the buff hair that throws me off, man. The Weaver has created a granite nakbab. And he bets on or guesses what a nakbab is. It's definitely not this dwarf. What would actually happen if someone saw the captain kill someone and then told him that during the interrogation? If that person had committed a crime, like, well, it's up to the player at that point. It's entirely the player's agency, freaky user. So you could be like, well, captain got this role. Captain's in charge. I'm not going to criminalize this captain. I'm going to be completely honest with you. If I figure out that the captain of the guard is a vampire, I think I'm just going to leave him as the captain of the guard vampire. Because that seems fun to me. Build a fort around a vampire and just let him run loose. But at the same time, it's up to the player at that point. The Weaver has created Codbeam, a granite neckbab, and offers it to the Firefrost. This is a granite neckbab. All craft store is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut amethysts and encircled with bands of oval granite amethysts and encircled with bands of oval granite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool. On the item is an image of Cusack Skinnybands, the troll in copper. Cusack Skinnybands is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the troll in this location in the year 23. On the item is an image of almond trees in pig leather. You must miss those. On the item is an image of Storlutmural's hands in amethyst in the nick and the of Storlutmural's hands in amethyst. The nakbab is a large stationary metal musical instrument which uses a ceramic pump to send water into a chamber, ultimately applying air to blow through any of the 182 bone pipes. The musician directs the air through the chosen pipes by playing the bone keyboard. The instrument has flue pipes and free reed pipes. The instrument has a 6.5 octave range, going from very low to extremely high pitch. It has 4 registers, and the low register has a breathy, light, dark timbre. The middle register begins at a low, medium-low pitch, and has a sparse and focused, even timbre. The high register begins at a medium-high pitch and has a quavering, raucous timbre. The top register begins at a high pitch and has a bright, graceful, fluid, eerie timbre. That's a pretty complicated instrument. I like it. How did they weave granite? Don't worry about it. Did I say weaved granite? I don't think it had weaved granite. I kind of want to put it in this temple, but I feel bad already for anybody who has to sleep in these bedrooms. If I put a giant piano in here, I feel like that would be worse. But I'm going to do it anyway, because there's a lot of dwarves hanging out in here, and I think that would be kind of cool. So... it's a bone water-powered bagpipe organ. Yes. Seems complicated. I don't know. Seems kind of complicated. Not what I would describe as needlessly complicated, but still complicated. Sounds like something Dracula would play. Okay, so we'll interrogate anybody who plays the musical instrument. Got it, got it. We'll definitely do that. We'll get right on that. The good news is it doesn't include a giant bass speaker, okay? It's probably like the equivalent of... Okay, so nothing from Mini Monster. Tap. Why are you no interrogating nobody? Well, okay, so you're probably not a vampire because he just drank some water or some alcohol, so of his own accord. He's too busy moving all of his stuff from one bedroom to another now. I kind of wonder if his wife's helping. Madam? Why aren't you moving your owned items from one bedroom to another? You just gained a really big new bedroom. Whenever I see a dwarf now that like doesn't have any thoughts of euphoria in a while, I'm always like, But you did drink the same old booze. Okay, due inebriation. Boo. Busy socializing. True, yeah, no, she's talking up the possible vampire suspects. Yeah, I don't know if you caught that, Stone, but yesterday at the end of the stream, vampire appeared. I quite like the way this is ending up looking. We can do more bedrooms up here. We can do more bedrooms over here. We can do more offices over here. It's a good time. Everybody likes it. At least I do. Except for the dwarves who, you know, don't have bedrooms because, this type of bedroom construction takes a really long time. Lennox, thanks for checking out a gift. Can they fake drinking? I don't think so. That'd be news to me if they can. I'm just going to put a silver warhammer on that because I think that would be fitting. And let's make a Billin statue of Dominok. Just one. Just one. Just to put into his office, you know? And then down here, I'm going to need to do a bunch of work, but we'll get to it. One piece at a time. Got a decent amount of Gabbro currently. I also haven't checked if the lava's overflowing at all, so I should probably check that. Just, you know, make sure that we don't have problems brewing. No. So they added a thing to the main game where necromancers and vampires can both satisfy their drink need. So vampires don't gain the drink need, but can also drink if served alcohol. And necromancers can now just drink, basically. And that change came alongside of fixing the issue where dwarves who lost usage of their hands would just like starve to death because they couldn't feed or drink alcohol, feed themselves or drink alcohol. So that's not a DF hack thing. That's in the vanilla game, unless you're talking about something else, Clairvor. Well, that's been in the game for a little bit now. Back at you, Diamond. Also, this is now very much the highest value temple in the fortress, which is kind of funny because it's not an assigned temple. Needs like prosthetic limbs. Well, we're getting limb regrowing. Rubbish frog. I feel like prosthetic limbs, like wooden arms and things, that seems very goblin and human-y. I feel like the dwarves should just dedicate very heavily to what Tarn's working on right now with the magical healing substances. Because that stuff is going to get worked back into fortress mode. I know there was somebody who was trying to make it work yesterday in YouTube chat. I don't know if they ever got it to, if like they were able to, if dwarves are even able to consume it. I doubt they can. But I know I also theorized that maybe if you were able to spill it out of a bag or out of a container and into snow, then you could spread it through the snow and then maybe make healing snow, but I don't think it affects you if it only gets on your skin. It only affects you if you ingest it, so then they'd have to ingest snow, which... probably not a practical solution. Was it you yesterday? Were you able to make it work, Beryl? But, like, at the same time, I think at this point, I'm just looking forward to figuring out what Tarn's plans are for magical healing substances in Fort mode. That's where I'm at. Did it work? Like, were you able to get a dwarf to eat healing goo? So you were. Okay, so how did you end up feeding it to her then, Barrel LP? Just make sure it's not yellow snow. Yeah, then you'll bleed out of every single hole and orifice in your body. We had that happen once. Well, chat, there you go. You have the answer. Lock her in a room and they'll eat it. So dwarves treat it as food, and it heals them in fort mode, which really makes me wonder if you can cook with it. Although you can't dilute it. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Lanix, gifting that subscription? As one game, they get stuck bringing only food and supplies and nothing else. Sounds like you bought food and supplies. They bring what you buy. So if you buy a lot of a singular thing, they bring a lot of that thing. So if you bought a lot of food, they bring a lot of food. If your mayor has time to speak with the outpost liaison, then you can ask them to bring different varieties of things, in which they charge you more. That's the quickest, easiest explainer I can give you, friend. Well, the thing is, if you dilute the magical liquids in adventure mode, they don't work. I know because I tried. So if you dilute, like, if you accidentally mix like your mysterious liquid with, or curious potion or whatever with water, it doesn't work anymore. But man, getting that stuff into your fort, like I don't have any in this fort, right? I had like 50 in one of my adventurers inventories, but it was all liquids, right? So when you reclaim the fort, it spills out of their inventory immediately and then it just disappears. So even though I was able to get all the stuff out of their inventory, like all containers get emptied. So you'd have to have the food substances. But that's fascinating. I personally, goo appears in the kitchen at labor. Oh, that's nifty. Yeah, how much do you have in your fort, Viral? Out of curiosity. Do I need saves? I don't need your saves. I trust you. I mean, like, to give you an idea, I have no interest in your saves. I trust you if you say that it works. It's more of I'm trying to debate in my head right now if it's worth trying to force that into working in fort mode right now, or if I should just wait until Tarn works it into hospitals. You have plenty? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can dupe the liquids. I don't know about the food, but around 25 goo and dough. Is it all just sitting there forbidden, like in a barrel or something? Also, I had somebody in chat a couple days ago say that they had traders bring the mysterious goo or curious liquids, the healing potions, in a trade caravan. So it's in a chest? Okay, that's not what I was expecting. Did you put it there as an adventurer? Just wanted to say thanks for the YouTube videos. It got you into the game, and now you're going down the cud rabbit hole. Good luck with the cud rabbit hole. It's a deep one. Many bunnies died in the digging of that hole. But yeah, no, I believe you. I don't need your save file. The thing is, like, something working in fort mode is interesting, just to hear about it. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm willing to put in the effort to do it myself. You just drop stuff in the middle of nowhere. Actually, a question about adventure mode for anybody watching. Has anybody managed to get adventurers who are chosen, quote, to stay in a fort? Because I did some experimenting off stream, and I think if an adventurer is chosen, they just leave when you reclaim your fort. What's up, Tronan? Hello. Happy holiday. Have I tried building a hollowed out central core and make the whole build around it? Yeah, not in a minute, but I've done stuff like that. I don't know if it's exactly what you're imagining, but sure. Yeah, you can do that. I've definitely hollowed out mountains before. I had a fortress which was almost like these weird spindly beehives of like stacked rooms inside of a hollowed out mountain. Similar to this one, the one that I'm in right now, but like different materials and kind of a different shape. It was like going horizontally across the map instead of like a kind of straight line, but started at the top, channeled down, hollowed out most of the inside of it, and then built inside of it. That was pretty cool. Kind of ended up looking like the human stacks in the Matrix. The battery banks or whatever. Hello, Tuesday. Happy holiday. It wasn't really Long Death. It was, you might remember this stone. It was the one where I started and then immediately got attacked by one of my own dwarves from a previous fort. Dwarf migrated in and immediately tantrumed and almost killed my expedition leader. It was kind of traumatizing. Because this was back when like moods stayed the same between forts. Which I miss. I miss that. It led to some weird interactions that were admittedly kind of busted, but... Oh, I was excited for a second. Met with subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. This is Solon, the boyar. And the subject... Oh, no, never mind. The subject confessed to the murder. We found it. They revealed that their real name is, in fact... Brr! Fortress Cross. The subject revealed that they began to embezzle funds as the steward of the tender company. How long have I been playing Dwarf Fortress? I first installed it sometime in 2009, in the summer. On and off ever since. With some long breaks in the middle. I mean, it is very cold here, so it's understandable that their name is Burr. So that means we now have our criminal. What are you doing? Ha! Good to know that 0 kill still pops up. I like that this dwarf doesn't have any trauma about eating another dwarf. But does have trauma after seeing a goblin die. Like, doesn't like seeing this dead body, cuts mob. Led an unexciting life, apparently. Saw a goblin die, not thrilled with that. Wants to pray. So now the question is, what do we do with the vampire, chat? Lock him in a cell for eternity? Probably hates being a vampire just as much. Yeah, no, I agree. Let's just lock the door here for a second. Subject confessed to the murder. Wait, what? Is there 2 murders? So I can convict them. Uh-oh. Well, where there's one night creature, there's another. Were-lizard, Rathaephytolacraducalu, or however you say that, has come. A large lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both blood and flesh as well, oddly enough. And its eyes glow azure. Its sepia scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware. And now you will know why you fear the night. Ah, God damn it. Goose, you failed me! Ruh-roh. Well, let's see how this goes. Well, I mean, it is actually my whole squad versus Werebeast. Because they were stationed at the front. But let's see how this goes. The fighting begins. All right, Chad, how many dwarves do I lose in this fight? What do you think? Attacks Swords Dwarf, but she jumps away. It's gotten 29 kills, including an unknown creature. Is covered in snow. Has been around for a while. Is 139 years old. Swords Dwarf misses the lizard. Spear Dwarf misses. Were Lizard misses. Spear Dwarf misses. This is just like adventure mode combat. Miss, 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 miss. I've improved my observation. That was satisfying. The Sword Dwarf slashes the Were-Lizard bowman in the upper body with a copper short sword, which tears the muscle and the left lung. The Swords Dwarf misses the Were-Lizard bowman. The Swords Dwarf attacks the Were-Lizard bowman, but it jumps away. The Were-Lizard bowman attacks the Swords Dwarf, but he jumps away. The Mace Dwarf attacks the Were-Lizard bowman, but it jumps away. The Wrestler misses the Were-Lizard bowman. The Were-Lizard attacks the bowman, but he jumps away. Miss hacks the lizard with a copper battle axe, tearing apart the muscle, and an artery has been opened, and a motor nerve has been severed. Okay. The Were-Lizard falls over. The Were-Lizard bowman attacks the wrestler, but he jumps away. What's funny is I have several dwarves here that are marked as wrestlers because they're literally unarmed. Like, I've got at least one. Which ones are... Okay, you're listed as a wrestler. Okay, you are armed now. You're recently armed. But, like... What are your skills in wrestling, I wonder? Competent fight? Yeah, I mean, we could... There's a chance they just don't take a hit, but I'm... Knock on wood. Attacks that. Okay. I will say being bit counts as dying, losing a dwarf. The Were-Lizard strikes the wrestler, but the shot was blocked with a copper shield. The Mace Dwarf bashes the Were-Lizard in the copper body with his bronze flail, bruising the muscle and shattering the right true ribs. The Swords Dwarf slashes the Were-Lizard bowman in the upper arm with her copper short sword, tearing apart the fat. Copper short sword was lodged firmly in the wound, and the Swords Dwarf pulls on the sword and regains possession, scrambles away from the Were-Lizard. Or the were-lizard scrambles away. More misses. Mace Dwarf bashes the bowman in with his bronze flail, bruising the muscle. And it begins. The were-lizard bites the wrestler in the left foot, bruising the muscle through the giant spider silk shoe. And latches on firmly. All right, which one of you did it? Which one of you was dumb enough to get bit? Was it you? Ah. Well, rip Vutok. 1. The current lost. Although, bruising the muscle. I'm presuming that punctured skin. I don't see any bleeding, but... Where Lizard Bowman shakes the dwarf around by the foot, and the knee collapses. Ow. Artery in the left... Okay, now we're done. Many nerves have been severed. He latched on firmly. This is true. Many nerves have been severed, and a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. It's continuing to shake him around. Mace Dwarf bashes him in the upper leg with a flail. Mace Dwarf strikes the were-lizard bowman in the left hand with the pommel of his copper flail, bruising the bone. Mace Dwarf bashes him with a bronze flail, and the injured part is crushed in the left upper leg. So they are doing damage to the thing. Mace Dwarf bashes the were-lizard bowman in the head with his bronze flail. The injured part is crushed. So they got him. But there was one loss. What are we gonna do with you? Although I am kind of curious. Was it Darius that got the kill? Nope. Was it you that got the kill? No, you killed a goat. Wait, what? Mace Dwarf bashes him in the head with a bronze flail. How many flails do I have? Has to have been you. Oh, okay, I see. It was just listed as an elf. So Darius got it. Well done, Darius. Well done. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to unassign this as the hospital. And assign, oh, nope, not that. And assign down here as the hospital. And we will figure out what we're going to do from there. A meal before he goes away. You know, I wasn't planning on feeding him to the vampire, but that would be very fitting. I'm also very annoyed at the fact that my goose didn't spot the enemy. Is it because it's overlapping with the prison, maybe? Oh, I see the problem, actually. This door's still locked. So also, there's the vampire. Down in here. How long are you going to be in prison for, Vampy? Vampy McWampy? 222 days in prison. He's guilty. Recover wounded. There we go. How goes the totally normal fort? Totally normal. Everything's totally normal. We found the vampire, so that's good. And now we have a were creature in the fort. Tuber Sheezy, thanks for the 10 bucks. Appreciate you. Hey, YouTube chat. Can you click the heart button a couple times? And Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for YouTube chat throwing a super chat into the chat on this lovely holiday? Thank you. Appreciate you. I don't know about you guys, chat, but the song Holiday by Turnstile has been rattling around in my head a lot more than normal. Because it's a holiday! Song's a banger. That's all I got, really. That's it. You should listen to that song and that band. It's a good song. So, Buddy Lizard Were creature thingy just lives here now. I'm gonna plop a door onto here. And I will lock the door until he turns and comes back. When he comes back, we'll figure out what to do with him. Also kind of curious if the mayor would attend a meeting with this guy. If I, like, partially assign the mayor to this area. I wonder. I don't actually know. Man, you picky son bitch. Or your villain statue over there. I will throw some random amethysts onto that thing over there. I will engrave the floors over here. I will make a silver hatch cover. Just one. Which I will plop on top of this. And hopefully that'll be enough. Eternal Scribe? Yeah. No, I mean, vampires can do everything normal dwarves can do. The problem with vampires is that, well, this. You see that task that he's doing? If a dwarf is, like, completely sectioned off from the rest of the fortress, and they gain this task, they will literally just sit there until they go insane. So you have to allow the manager's office to break across this area enough that the mayor can then go and let them attend their meetings. I could maybe, like, mess that into working. I could maybe make that work. But let's actually see. Will you attend this meeting? Well, I mean, currently you're sleeping, but... So essentially, you'd have to like force it, but we could probably fuddle something together. Thanks, Scooty. It's my only dress shirt. Not if it's locked, Culpa. It'll only knock the door down if it's, what's the word? Tightly closed, which doesn't exist in the game anymore. Because they don't have a high enough, what's it called? Building destroyer level to knock down walls, or not walls, but locked doors, which are considered almost the equivalent of walls. All right. Until they melted? Well, I guess they had a very important, like, meeting with the devil then. He can finish that when he wakes up. Yes, it's absolutely possible, Yevon. I've done it. Like, you can absolutely do that. Like, you can totally keep a vampire alive, and crafting items in, like, isolated from the rest of the fortress. Until they either decide to attend a meeting or decide to make an artifact. Either of those two things will break the whole system because the artifact will basically force them to stop. What's the word? Not force them. The artifact will essentially cause them to, or if they decide to make an artifact, that will like just cause them to try and walk somewhere, and then your frame rate will disappear. And if they decide to attend a meeting, then they'll just go insane. So absolutely, yeah, you can. Until they decide to either attend a meeting or make an artifact. Because attending a meeting will make them go nuts, and making an artifact will wreck your frame rate until you let them make the artifact. I did that in the last fort. Well, not the last fort. I use minecarts all the time. They're not dangerous. If they're dangerous, you don't know how to set up minecarts, basically. But do you want me to? They're kind of pointless. I mean, actually, go to my YouTube channel and look up one of the, well, maybe chat can remind you what the videos are called, because I certainly don't remember. Look up one of the many different iterations of minecart cannons I've made. But there's nothing dangerous about minecarts if you know what you're doing. They're only dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. The biggest danger with minecarts is overworking your dwarves, because every single item that needs to be loaded or unloaded from a minecart is a hauling job. And then, like, you can kind of overload your own work systems very easily if you start doing that and depending on it. Yeah, that's the problem with them, is wheelbarrows are more efficient, so I've just been using wheelbarrows because they're way more efficient. But I don't know, if you want me to use minecarts, I can. I just need to figure out something I could actually use them for that would be practical, because I'm already kind of set up for wheelbarrows at this point. But I maintain that, like, if you think minecarts are dangerous, you don't know how to use minecarts. That, or you're powering them in instances where you shouldn't be powering them. Or you're powering them unprotected, basically. But minecarts in and of themselves are not even remotely dangerous. That dropped logs down a chute and occasionally let them out. Occasionally let them out and then stared at them until they went back. Yeah, I mean, it depends on if you're willing to do that level of micromanagement, right? You select a stockpile that you want wheelbarrows on. You click view stockpile, you click this, and you select the number of wheelbarrows you want in that stockpile. Then dwarves will take wheelbarrows from the overall pool and put them in and assign them to that stockpile. So assuming you have enough distribution of wheelbarrows for all your stockpiles that need wheelbarrows assigned, they get put there. Okay, so you're self-reporting nut short right now as to why you're asking me to make dangerous minecart routes. You make minecart routes that are intentionally dangerous. Okay. Minecarts aren't dangerous. You just like hurting your dwarves. There's nothing dangerous about minecarts. So just say, are you going to torture and hurt and intentionally injure and maim your dwarves? No. Not this fort. Different fort. Come on. Seriously. I need storage. It's gonna be lazy. Storage up there. But no, I'm probably going to end up using either some sort of like jury-rigged siege equipment or minecart cannons for defense in this fort, but I don't see any point in doing it right now. Seeing as we're not actively at war with anything, and I don't see the purpose of setting up a system that I would never turn on for the purpose of mostly killing my own dwarves. Nah, I don't like breaking dwarf fortresses physics that much. I don't really use the, what are they called? Impulse rams. Makes me think of the fake fort for vampires. Yeah, kind of. Speaking of, this looks like a little bit like a missile. Looks like a bomb. Can I tilt your head sideways? Reminds me of a Looney Tunes bit. I will also say, this is currently the front door. I think that's going to end up being the back door. I think it would be much cooler to have the front door on this level. Which I realize is currently mostly just ice and obsidian. But I think it would be really cool to have an entrance/exit of this fortress underneath this. Because that's very fun. Ah, okay. Should I ask what language that is? Pelican? One of my favorite is when Hobo is doing like product code, what's it called? Input codes for products, because he works in a grocery store in management. And every now and again, just like a barcode will pop up in chat. He's, oops, forgot where I was typing. Messaging your wife about some meds. Here, I'll pop it for you. All right. Where did I put that other temple? All right, I put it down there. But yeah, if the question is, are you going to use minecarts? Yeah, I use them often. If the question is, are you going to intentionally hurt your dwarves with minecarts? Probably not, because I don't really see the point in doing that. Hopefully that answers your question. Curious chatter. Because if this is one of those, like, you're trying to trick me into using minecarts to, like, hurt a bunch of my dwarves so that you can laugh at me, like a lot of people in Twitch chats try to do, I know how to not hurt my dwarves with minecarts, which is why I don't use them very often. Because they're exceptionally inefficient. Which is funny, because, like, I'm not even that obsessed with efficiency. It's just, like, there's no reason to use them. Outside of the cannons, which, you know, I use them for that. It's fun. Having too many wheelbarrows, they fill up your stockpiles. Well, what'll happen sometimes is people will tune into players who are obviously very new and recommend advanced things, or things that maybe aren't advanced but require enough like game knowledge to not total your fort. Right? And, like, I've seen this happen in real time, like, because I lurk in a lot of very low view count streams. I'll see a name that I recognize sometimes, too, doing this. Or names, rather, who will just pop into a channel and just be like, hey, yeah, no, you should try this. Oh, no, it's easy. You should definitely try this thing. You know, it's just like, oh, yeah, no, like, nothing bad could happen if you do this kind of thing. And I get the entertainment value out of that. Like, I understand why that's fun to do. It's just every now and again people do that to me, and I think it's really funny. It's like, really? Do you know who I am? Probably not. Or probably you do, but yeah. But yeah, too many job allocations is the drawback of too many wheelbarrows. Too many jobs being assigned to dwarves and not having enough dwarves to assign them. That would be the drawback there. I mean, yeah, like I said, I get it. I just think it's really funny. It's like, are you going to go attempt the dangerous art of minecarts? It's like, well, they're not dangerous if you know what you're doing. So the question isn't, are you going to attempt the dangerous art of minecarts? The question is, are you going to intentionally hurt your dwarves with minecarts? Why? Like, even if I were to use, like, cart grinders or something for defense, which are very efficient, and I use them sometimes, just not very often. Like, I would burrow my dwarves outside of them, so they wouldn't go through it. But their description of, like, racetracks for defense are fun. Okay, so your idea of it being fun is what? When it hits my dwarves? Because that's how I read that. There's a good bin substitute? Oh, that's an interesting concept. I would probably just tell the dwarf to haul. I did that once with lava, and then the lava dumped out. I was curious if I could sell a minecart full of lava, and I had minecarts full of lava just kind of sitting there. So I tried to sell one to the humans, and it poured out when the trade completed. I don't know what I was expecting, but it was very funny, and I laughed pretty hard. Which, unfortunately, is really boring to watch sometimes, though. Like, that's the self-awareness I do have. Which is one of the reasons I'm kind of bummed my Captain of the Guard isn't a vampire. But I need to figure out something to do with that vampire. That's a lot of living creatures you're going to have to address. Have you addressed all the microbes living on the back of your tongue? Can you make more vampires? The vampire cannot make more vampires. If you force dwarves to drink vampire blood, you can make more vampires out of vampire blood. It's kind of hard to do in fort mode because it requires, like, basically repeatedly stabbing them with a wooden spike and hoping they don't bleed to death, which generally happens almost immediately. But it's easier in adventure mode where you can, like, stab somebody and fill up a container with their blood, wait until they heal, and then dump it into a thing. So if you jump into adventure mode, it's not too hard, but the vampire would probably be gone by the time I were to do that in adventure mode. Otherwise, I'd have to put them on top of a spike, or put them on a minecart track and repeatedly whack them with it, or put them in front of a minecart shotgun and shoot waffle bats at them. Something soft that doesn't hurt too much but causes minor bleeding. Because it's kind of hard to just make a dwarf bleed without killing them. So without killing them, really difficult, but you could theoretically do that. Although there is one reason why you don't want to do that. Vampires need to eat non-vampires. And I've had this discussion 10,000 times, so if I seem irritated immediately when you inevitably ask the question of, can they drink blood of animals? No. And also, before you ask, once everybody's a vampire, vampires lose their benefits. The benefits of vampires is they're very strong and very fast and don't get tired. But the problem is, if they haven't eaten blood in a while or they haven't killed anybody in a while, then they lose that. So you end up with, in almost every aspect, a worse, poorer functioning dwarven society. Unless you have a consistent churn of things to eat. So basically what you have to do is you have to allow for adventurers. You have to have a bunch of public taverns for them to just eat everybody. But then what happens is you just depopulate the world within a couple of years, and then you stop getting adventurers. Like, it's not the most practical option. And you can't get them to eat the enemy because they just fight the enemy in hand-to-hand. You need neutral entities or friendly entities to eat. Where are the gremlins? The last fort and dead. Although we figured out that you can still embark with any animals in, what's it called? Adventure mode if you're playing as an outsider. So apparently they haven't changed that yet, which means you could just embark with 1,000 gremlins if you want. But, like, you know, I mean, that's all I'll say. I'm not going to elaborate more than that. Oh, that's fine. Orc. I just figured I'd get ahead of it. Like, I'm okay with trying to keep a couple vampires alive. I just don't want to turn my whole fort into vampires. I think is kind of the issue there. Like, it's not really viable in a long-term fort. Also, I'm curious. Okay, so I'm out of silver. Also out of ore. I'm looking for more tetrahedrite, because I had tetrahedrite, I just can't remember where it was. There it is. Let's go down to here and automate that, and also dig through that. And automate that. They'll get to it eventually. Stuff's still caving in. I mean, they're running around. We got snails. We've got a leopard man. I've got 2 pain in the ass warthogmen. And I think that's everything. Warthogs and the leopards. Yeah, it's everything. Kind of sucks to be them, to be honest. The warthogs, specifically, because they, for lack of a better term, are kind of, not screwed, but they're grazers, apparently, so they're very limited in the jobs they can do. They're kind of a pain to manage. Not super thrilled with the warthogmen. If I knew they were grazers, I wouldn't have brought them. I don't think that is like, even if you're playing as an adventurer, I don't think you can drink the blood rain, can you? I've never tried, but that does kind of seem like their natural habitat. Although, you know, how does one become a vampire? You have to be cursed by a god. So it kind of makes sense that there isn't many benefits to a curse. It's not exactly a gift, it's a curse. Do vampires need a coffin to sleep? Vampires don't sleep. They're just like me. For real. I do sleep, just not enough. Kind of screwed that up, but just being stuck underground, needing to graze makes them more inefficient. They are virtually useless. I'll be generous, they're virtually useless. Because I can't feed them unless they happen to go to one room in the fort. If it was an above ground, like fort where there was grass everywhere, not an issue. But there's one room in the fortress where they don't starve to death immediately. Yep, but they starve everywhere except for that one room, and then they immediately stop starving when they walk into that one room. So if they're able to eat anything else, I haven't seen them do it. Although, keep in mind, there's quite a few creatures that in adventure mode are omnivores and in fortress mode are grazers. Panda people are another example of this. Panda people in adventure mode can eat whatever. Panda people in fortress mode starve to death unless they are on top of bamboo. So. Good luck with that one. Or actually, I think maybe they're just normal grazers. But anyway, it's pandas that starve to death if they don't have bamboo. I mean, I could have him stay in the caverns too, but I don't really want to have him stay in the caverns. I'd rather him stay in the fortress so he doesn't go insane, like due to lack of socialization. I also don't really want to start building my fort in the caverns because that's like 40 layers down. It's like 50-something layers down, so it's kind of a long walk. I've never seen or heard of from a koala person, so you'd have to ask them. It's not that uncommon of an issue, though. Making decent progress here, though. Have I not hit the next full moon yet? There's no way it hasn't been a full month. Because this dwarf should have healed their injuries. Unless they no longer heal their injuries when they turn into a were creature. Oh no, I could totally do that. But I'm not going to do that for 2 members of my population. There is 111 dwarves. 2 of them are grazers. So you know what I did? I removed all their other tasks. Put 2 breweries up in here. And now they sleep, live, and work up here. So yeah, certainly. Could I do other things with them? Totally. Am I going to? No. No, they live there. It's fine. It's just annoying, and I don't like it. And no, I'm not going to make my entire fort a muddy mess to make the life slightly less unfortunate for the 2 unfortunate individuals that are making my life slightly unfortunate. They can suffer like I do, which I'm not, and be my brewers. And they're pretty bad at it. I mean, if I had 35 of them, then yeah, I'd have to like consider some other alternative, but I had a fort with a elephant adventurer, and I kind of made a greenhouse area that was partially above ground. That was, roofed off and sectioned off, and basically had them live and drink there, and then made one of those my dining hall and part of my tavern. So like basically I built like partially above ground gardens. The reason I'm not willing to do that in this fort is because of the map that we're on, right? We're on a friggin' glacier. Like I ain't gonna start trying to grow plants up in here. Like that's not gonna happen. There's some things I'm willing to do to keep a dwarf happy, and then there's some things I'm just not, and I'm not willing to provide them more than I've given them. They can live up the stairs in the corner. And that's fine. But yeah, generally, the reality of the animal people is some people obsess over them for some reason. And the actual thing with the animal people is the game doesn't migrate them to your fortress by default right now. And the reason it doesn't is because managing them is a pain in the ass. Literally, it's for the player's sanity that animal people don't migrate to your fortress. Because some of them can't wear dwarven clothing because it's too big or small. And plenty of them are things like grazers, like elephant people, rhino people, need to graze the exact same way like livestock do. And it just is what it is. So for your own sanity, some stuff just doesn't migrate to your fort. Chat, when's the next full moon? Does anybody know off the top of your head? I'm starting to think this dwarf didn't get infected. Because I didn't see a notification saying they turned. I'm also starting to think there's like a tooth or something in the fortress because everybody's getting traumatized by seeing this one goblin's dead body, even though I'm pretty sure I threw their body out. But let's just set everything to be dumped. It's the 21st. I don't think this dwarf changed. I don't think this dwarf is a were creature. I will lock them up again. But let's get this dwarf's wounds tended to. Does it account for their physical strength? Yes. You kind of wish you didn't learn about the make own command. Yeah, this is why I'm very cautious when I do stuff in adventure mode because, or not in adventure mode, with DFhack because I don't want to ruin other people's game. Let me just do a thing real quick. Why? What have you done? What crimes have you committed, dear Darius? I will be right back, chat. I'm going to go use the washroom. Cavern invaders as migrants? Oof. Those are not great citizens either. I will be right back, chat. Yeah, all right. But kind of badass. Imagine it's working out poorly. I feel like it would be a fun way to theme a fort. Like, doing that as a fort theme. Like, yeah, we're just going to recruit every single cavern invader. And just, like, mass select them and be like, mine, 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 mine. Just pretend to just be like the fucking seagulls in Finding Nemo. Be a good time. Okay, so what do I have this set for? It's basically everything, right? All right, well, let's go up to here and floor this up if I... fuck it, I might just smooth it. I think I'll just smooth it. It's fine. It's just a storage pile. Okay, so this, which I can make nicer in the future. Sure. 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 No. Sure. No, actually. Sure. Sure. No. Sure. No. No. Those should be sorted. Sure. No. Sure. And sure. And then down here, this can get deleted because this should go away. I'm also going to throw another rope into that eventually. I'm also going to make copper pick because I need some more miners badly. And then this can also go away. It's time to begin hauling stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this bed and this bed. I'm going to need to keep an eye on this dwarf. Watching me on a tablet? Cheers. Fast it. So we have 10 days. I'm just going to build a little wall around this guy. Just a little wall. Because I didn't want him to die if he hasn't been infected. If he hasn't been infected, that's mean. Just because it didn't initially break skin, but I also didn't see him transform, so I wasn't paying attention. But he's been fed now and watered, which is good. It's because he's been fed now and watered. That means now we just need to not trap like 4 dwarves in there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, dwarves, quit being idiots and get out. I mean, sure, give him stitches, but then get out. Okay, everybody's out. Unforbid this. There we go. Okay. What? Keen Cook, I understand you must be a very empathetic dwarf. Why are you so fucking stupid, though? Just why? Like, why? Why must you be this way? It's okay. I have a solution to this problem. Although the problem is, the bigger problem, now that I think about it, is that all my miners are real busy. So it might take them a while to get over here and... Okay, there we go. You know, this ain't getting old yet. The noise is, though. Okay, so we have until the 21st. We got time. Buddy here's still seriously injured. Cheers, Ben. And thank you. It's my... I really like drugs shirt. Okay, so... Get out of here, Doc. Okay. Door locked. Problem solved. Now, I'm gonna just stare at here so I don't forget. Do you guys think this dwarf is a rare creature? I think it's possible. I'm just not entirely sold that they are. Because I didn't see them turn. Right, I also need to make this. Which I will just queue up as a zone. Accept it. Tell them to dig deeper into this wall. Remove everything except for the stairs. And we'll let that sit for now. While I stare at you. The were-lizard head. You know, it's funny. Like, if their teeth get punched out, they can't actually, they cannot infect anybody. I once had a were-creature arrive and then immediately gets slammed in the head with a hammer. And the hammer, any bipedal or any intelligent creature can succumb to werification. YouTube chat. I've never seen a were-giant, though. I'd love to. But, what was I saying? I was saying something, and then I lost it. Yeah, anyway, I had a were-creature get hit in the mouth with a hammer, and lose its teeth instantly upon entering the map. Yeah, he's not a were creature, chat. Because it's the 21st of Felsight. It's full moon. Quarantine is done. You are free. It's not a were creature. Right? It's the full moon. Have a good snooze, Salvi. Hope you had a good hope you've had a good holiday if you celebrate. Oh, I thought you meant I was presuming you meant animal people. Animals cannot succumb to wearisms, no. They're not animals like cats and dogs are not capable of being cursed by gods. It's time to make statues, but that's fine. We got those automated. I really need a better hospital is what I need. Trying to think, where could I put a hospital? Because, like, I could put a hospital almost anywhere. The real question is, where do I want to put a hospital? It's like, this is all very work in progress. This is not finalized at all. This is just a mess. This is getting filled slowly, but still a mess. And still has a lot of work to be done. It's like, this still needs work. That needs doors. Fortunately, the moon doesn't have legs, so thus it can't leap. Checkmate, diamond. I've backed you into a corner and you cannot escape. Chat, based on this layout right now, this is our current front door. This is where I'm putting forges, slowly. Where do you think... Where do you think I should put the hospital? Like, this is kind of bedrooms with prisons underneath it. That's the tavern, currently. These are the beginnings of the forges. This is where the artifacts are. And this is where the tomb is. Where do you think I should put the hospital? So I really need a not shit hospital, and I don't have one right now. I don't know where I expect combat to happen. That's the thing. Like, that's the problem that I currently have. Because I haven't thought that far ahead, like, at all. Like, I agree with that sentiment. Like, I think what I need to do is I need to figure out and designate an actual front door. Because I don't have one yet. And I'm thinking the actual front door is going to go underneath this lava shelf here. Because this is just too fucking badass to not use. In some manner of respect, right? Because look at this. Like, this is too fucking cool. Who doesn't want this to be the front door? Except for that one guy who says, me! And it's okay, fuck you. I don't listen to you. But, like... I mean, yeah, occasionally I might need to change the layout if, like, it starts raining ice in front of it. So what I think... here's what I think I'm going to do. I think this is going to end up being the front door. So if that's the front door, and that's where we expect combat to happen in the future, Then we have this walkway right here, which I don't really want to use because it's a bit dangerous. Seeing as this goes down to the caverns. I could use that, though. But if we just go straight through to here, where does this end up? Right there. That's pretty well... Hold on. It's pretty well in line. Coincidentally. So, like, now, let's check. Okay, so it's too wide, but that's fine. I can shrink that. Will the lava ever stop flowing? Not unless I stop it. I could stop it. The question is, I don't even know if they have access to this. I'm just, not that it would be bad if they did, but, because I would just like dig through to here and just let this be the, or just like hollow out a chunk of this underneath here. Cheers, yes. And just have like big ice pillars out here supporting this. Yeah, I got some ideas. Okay, so then beyond that, if that's the entrance then, or if that becomes the main entrance, then I need a hospital. And I'm thinking, what if the hospital... It's just down here. Because then I could very easily just have like a walkway coming from this over to here. I could have a walkway coming from over here to over here too, easily enough. Could also connect from over here to over there. And I could also make it multi-layered. So we could dig up all the way along here. All the way up into here. Because I like my multi-layered buildings. Kind of a lot. Time for more drink IRL. What you chugging? Or what you sipping is probably the more appropriate thing to say, I guess. What you sipping on, if I can ask. Let's do that. All the way across to there. Don't like that this is blocking me, though. It's fine. So from over here... Actually, why don't I put the stairway right here? So that could be an entryway to the hospital. My neighbor's phone is vibrating in the floor above me again. You know, of all the things that you could have noise complaints about, neighbor's phone vibrating is... That's mine. That's mine. It's my noise complaint. Well, I was planning on digging stairs down here anyway, to connect to down here. Why do I keep clicking the stairs button? That'll be my hospital. That'll be it. We'll do hospital cells up here. Cells? Containment rooms up here. And the rest of it can be storage and hangout zone for doctors. Maybe we can throw something else in there. Oh, that's like saying, yeah, I'm Irish. No, I get it. Previously just beer. It's time for nightcap, probably vodka. There you go. Well, enjoy your alcohols. The beta branch, or the public beta branch and the experimental branch are identical currently. Diamond. Sorry for taking so long to respond to that. I was very busy staring at very important, unrelated things that can get deconstructed. Man, these dwarves is not tapsies. What do you need? Injuries-wise. Ability to stand lost, motor nerve damage. Tis brutal. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels. Like, that's what I'm starting to assume that my neighbors above me are doing. So I'm still not positive that this isn't going to overflow. Well, if it starts overflowing, you'll know because you'll hear me screaming. You know, it's almost worse if it's just their phone, Diamond. In fact, I would say it is worse if it's just their phone. I know you're just like, dildo joke, but like, no, seriously. It's worse if it's just their phone. Because it's something they're doing absent-mindedly, which means it's never going to stop. Never, ever in the history of ever is it going to stop. You just get to listen to that for all eternity. At least if it's a vibrator, you can be like, well, at least they're having fun up there, I think. I feel like if it's a toy, you have the reason to complain. If it isn't, it's just a fact of living in an apartment. That's how I see it. You know, actually, let's take this up to the edge. I have no neighbors in my new place, except for one to the left of me. Everything else is 2 feet of concrete, so I'm not too worried about that. I only share walls with one other unit. How long unit the big, like how long is it gonna take, or when am I moving? I'm moving well, I can move as of February 1st. Which is why when people ask me what I want for Christmas, I said I want it to be January 31st. Because February 1st is when I can move. You're tapping on a phone. No, not you're tapping on a phone too loud. Your phone vibrates too loudly. What? Oh no, a bunch of snatchers got mixed in with the cave-in notifications. And it appears that they're all dead now. Okay, hang on. How many of them actually were there? Well, that's a turkey because I'm searching in the wrong screen. They're all dead. Well, that's good. Thankfully, nothing of value was lost. Where's the third one? Because it says there's 3. I only see 2 dead goblins. Well, there's blood up here. I guess they already carried him away, probably? I don't see any additions. Whatever. Snatchers got caved in. Wouldn't that be amazing? My God. Imagine if that actually happened. It's okay. We keep war dogs at the front door for a reason. They're pretty efficient goblin biters. They're pretty good at gobbling up the goblins when they arrive. That RGB fans now require controllers, so before you guys fans make sure your motherboard supports the controller. You know, okay, so I'm a noted anti-RGB person. Nothing glows. My motherboard has a bunch of LEDs on it. I disabled them at the BIOS level. Like, if my computer's glowing at me, I go, all right, how do I kill it? My keyboard is ancient at this point and doesn't light up. It has a caps lock light. That's it. Oh, and a numlock light. It has 3 LEDs on it. On the YouTube. Thanks very much for the super chat. Appreciate you. But yeah, that's the world that I live in. Is the one where I try to pretend that it's the fashionable thing to have a black brick as a computer still. Although, that being said, I do let my mouse breathe because sometimes it's nice to find my mouse in the dark. Not that that's hard, but... An i5 laptop with 6 gigabytes of RAM, that's an old lappy-toppy. You're okay with dim glows on the keyboard and mouse? I like dim glow on laptop. My laptop keyboard glows very, very subtly, and I like that. I think that's quite nice. We're a little low on the alcohols. What's going on? Actually, we're probably just drinking it faster than they can assign it. Yeah, we're just drinking it faster than they can assign it. Let's do 180. Brew drink from plant 180 when we're below 100. Let's do that. And let's just keep some rock pots. Because I got the craft store shops right there and the rocks right there, so that should get done pretty quick. And also, let's jump down to the first cavern layer and just harvest a bunch of plants. Around here. I'll just do a bunch of that. Let's also give my military a break. I think they've earned it. It's a dope shirt. Thanks, man. It's by Killer Acid, if you're even remotely curious as to where you could buy a shirt like it. It's my only dress shirt, and it's a holiday, so I figured I should be fancy on a holiday. So I'm wearing my only dress shirt on a holiday. Breathe. Breathing is a type of very slow pulsing light colors. YouTube chat, not breed. Breathe. Okay, so on top of that, let's do traction benches. Do I have any tables? I actually don't know. Do I have tables? Okay, I've got 8. Let's do 5 traction benches and silk ropes. Elray, kind of dwarf would you like? Also, let's do robes. Let's do silk robes. Let's just do 150 silk robes. Get everybody robed up. Scholar. I do not have any scholars. Beard or no beard, I pick. Okay, so we'll go with happiest. Considering you want to be scholarly, do you want to be a dwarf that survived some absolutely insurmountable, horrific possibilities where you were expected to die? How do I plan my forts? You think I plan? That's adorable. I don't really plan. I just kind of go with the flow. I like literally never use the planning tool. But this dwarf isn't bit. I should actually remove this. This dwarf we thought was bit, but wasn't bit. They got into a fight with a were creature and got bit, but didn't get turned. Elray has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He can handle stress and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He has an active sense of humor and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He's a friendly individual and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed, and he talks to inanimate objects when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. Dreams of mastering his skill, and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. No bad things could happen? Well, I mean, we could maybe make this dwarf into a scholar in the future. You like microcline, aluminum, and black zircon, as well as clear glass, the color raw umber, rings, and pigs for their sense of smell, and giant puffins for their colorful beaks, and the sound of the gold cobalt, and the sight of the mirth of lyrics. And when possible, prefers to consume guppy, buckwheat beer, and single grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. You have a large family, too, and your niece lives here, who's a weaver. You have a great musical sense. Maybe I should make you into a performer. The current real question is, why is there... Oh, they're all leaving. Okay. Like, why is there a bunch of dwarves standing right there? What's this? He's definitely bored. So yes, I would say his mood has been impacted by being locked in a room for a month. Speaking of being locked in a room for a month, I need to make this bigger. And I have a bone doctor, but I need to just chuck a chest into here. But he does have the ability to... He's lost the ability to stand. He needs diagnosis and a few other things. Okay, what is everybody so upset about in this fort? A lot of people have just seen a lot of very unfortunate deaths in this fort, is really the problem here. Yes, you can. In fact, Brian in YouTube chat, I can show you. So down here, there's water. One layer above it is lava. So if you have lava one layer above or one layer below water, it will thaw. Speaking of that, my hospital's here. Pretty close relation to this. I'm gonna see if I can get a well into my hospital. So it'd be this level. And then I will... you know what? Actually, channeling this out would probably be smarter because then it would go down a layer. Over to there, over to there, over to there, over to there, over to there. And then starting from up here, I'll go all the way down to there. Fingers crossed. You're trying to mimic a hot spring? Yeah, no, I mean, if you... I melted an ocean with that technique once. It's pretty effective. Like, you can go pretty all out with it. I also need some bins up here, or some spots up here for leather. I'm just going to put leather here, even though I don't actually have any leather works right now. The other thing I want to do is I want to go to this stockpile, and I want to go up to this, and I want to say, no bins! Please, no bins. Then let's go bars. Okay, I just have billin. Wood. What do I have for logs? 17k. Let's say bin. Just make... Just make 10 total. And then you only get 1 bin. I wish everything defaulted to 1 bin instead of like 50. All right. And then you should have none. The giant cats, yeah. The giant cougars is what they are. They're a very lovable sort. A human caravan has arrived to trade as well, which I super missed. Because it was mixed in with all of the other nonsense, but we'll see what we can sell them, which is quite a lot of footwear, it turns out. A lot of shoes, actually. Like, a lot of shoes. Jesus. Decent number of gloves. Decent number of these. Some pants. What else can we do? Stopped making toys. I should start making toys again. They'll probably just take... They'll probably just take all the corpses if I just give them to them, but I think that's funny. And let's maybe make some rock toys. Just for the dwarves to buy, you know? And let's go here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then let's also go here. Start melting that tetrahedrite. Does the poor lad have a crutch? I'm not sure which lad you're talking about, but I don't think anybody has a crutch right now. Hopefully we can get him one, though. Oh, would you look at that? There's more tetrahedrite down there, because there always is! There always is. I mean, trust me, he's got worse problems right now. Elray can't stand right now because Elray hasn't been tended to by the doctors, because the doctors don't have any of the materials needed to tend to them. He's just being fed and kept alive. When we get him down into the new hospital that we were building, which should be done in about 16 months according to our work timeline, then we will check with his personal healthcare dependency and make sure that he can make his deposits. Once he can make his deposits, then and once we've fleeced him for everything that he's worth through his credit card, then at that point I will go get a raise because of how good of a CEO I am at managing this hospital. No, I mean, like, realistically, dwarves are overworked right now. Everybody's pissed off. I got bigger problems. If I'm being honest, we got bigger problems. If he ends up not being able to walk ever again, that's okay. Also, we need empty buckets, which means my bucket's probably fucked. I mean, right now, like, look how few jobs are actually getting done. Like, that got real way too fast. I mean, I thought it got real exactly as fast as I was intending it to get real. I was thinking about ending that with a joke about me getting assassinated by a vampire, but you know, figured that would be mean to real life people being referred to that are definitely not vampires being referred to as vampires, because in reality, wouldn't I be the vampire? Anyways, hi chat, how are you? Happy Christmas. Can you make a freeze trap with thawing? I've never tried, but I'm sure you could. The problem is getting things to, like, walk through the ice at that point. It would probably be a similar design to the obsidian trap I made once, where I just had, like, half an inch of water on the ground and then would just dump lava on things, and what didn't burn to death turned into a brick. It's kind of fun mining through your enemies after the fact. Yeah, getting them to walk through water is difficult, is the problem. Like, it has to be really shallow. It's one of those things where it's like there's a lot of finessing. So, like, yeah, you can do it. It's just... eh. Like, you probably could do it. Like, I could think of a few things in my head of how you could do it. It would just be tricky and require a lot of finessing. You need 2 of 7 instead of 1 of 7? Oh, really? Yeah, okay, that would be tricky. Yeah, no, it would be tricky to get them to path through it. But that, unless you had, like, maybe a 2-stage pouring system where you dump water on them and then open it up to the surface. Or, like, drain the lava beneath it. I don't know. At that point, you might as well just drop them into lava. It's one of those, like, yeah, you probably could do it, but you'd be doing it purely for, like, bragging rights. It wouldn't be a very practical setup, I don't think. Right. Salty Tempest. I've been self-aware longer than I've been streaming, mate. Don't give yourself credit. Don't think you've been around here long enough to know how long I've been babbling about shit like this. All right. I need to make crutches, turns out. The vibrating's still happening, chat. I just heard it. We're gonna make copper crutches. Yes, I realize I could have just queued this up, but I don't actually know how much tetrahedrite there is on the map, so let's let them work through what's there. Okay, so now I just need my broker to get over there. And things keep collapsing. What do you still need? Requires a crutch. Well, he's definitely, you know, had a lot of time spent in the medical stuff. I think he'll be able to walk again, though. It's just a bummed knee. The human's chief treasurer speaks with us, and they said that they have much to share. I'm gonna ask them to bring me gold and platinum. And something's fighting. A dog with a mountain goat. Go dog. They want earrings. I mean, I should probably start making a bunch of jewelry. It's actually something we should probably be doing. You've spent too long thinking about how to make a good tree freezing trap like this, so you've probably got drawn diagram. I have a question. Have you managed to make it work? Because like that evaporation would be the issue, right? I think the way to do it would just be to have lava below that can be drained instantly, water above that can be dropped. Let them walk underneath it, drop the water with pressure plates or something, and then... But then you'd need to keep the water cool somehow. So you'd have to flood it. Maybe use pressurized water. So pressurize it, fire the water in, open the ceiling, freeze them. But the bridges even block temperature. So then it would be like fire the water in, drain the lava, freeze them. Probably. Yeah, I don't know if that's worth the effort. I'll buy the wood that they brought. I'm also going to buy all the fruits and plants. And the fish. And the cheese. At least the cheese that I can afford, which is not much of it. Because they brought way too much cheese. Like, way more cheese than I was expecting. It's like, oh lordy, don't need that much cheese. Just a little bit, I guess. They thank me for my business. And you're over here making robes and just making tunics and ropes. We've got you over here making traction benches. There's a goat in my fort that's named. That's not good. It must have killed a dog or something. Well, let's kill that goat. Stupid goat. You're over there making bins. You're making gems. Bins go there. Stuff get put away. Bin go there. More stuff get put away. That's good. Clean thing up. I don't know what's forbidden there, but something's forbidden there. A bunch of stuff is forbidden there because something died. Let's prioritize these so that you can get your crutch and a splint. With millions of pounds of cheese. Is that real? I've heard about that from so many things. But that's one of those things where it's like, I believe that's probably real. Probably. But at the same time, could just as easily not be real. I want it to be real, for clarity. I just kind of have a hard time believing that it is. "110% real. It's in the cave. The caves are in Missouri." That's amazing. It's like that. Governments are wild. That's all I have to say. It's like, of all of the things that people spend too much money on, preserving cheese, I don't know. Tom and Jerry would be proud. More Jerry than Tom, but... Right. That might actually be really easy. Lowest level walkable one. Above you have the water reservoir. Above that is lava reservoir. And all of this is built above ground in the water reservoir. Yeah, but how do you refill the water reservoir? You'd have to like one-to-one map. You'd have to one-to-one map the water reservoir with the lava above. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That seems like a pain, but I guess you could probably make that work, maybe. Okay, so that's my hospital now. Got a doctor, diagnoser, surgeon. This is no longer the hospital. These are no longer needed up here. And this is getting deconstructed up here. And everything is getting brought down here. Hopefully sooner than later. So I don't know. Government needed dairy farmers when no one was buying milk. Huh. We found a water Koopa. The forgotten beast Osle has come, a gigantic blob composed of water. It's a balloon. It has a spiral shell, so it's like, you know those, I don't know what they're called, the ocean thingies that have the big spirally spinny shells, but a bubble instead of a snail. It undulates rhythmically, beware its webs. The webs part is kind of spook. Oh, it's fine. It's gonna go die to the gem beast, isn't it? That's probably gonna happen like immediately. Is that what those are called? Nautiluses? Human monster slayers visiting. Who let you in? Nobody, apparently. Because the lowest cavern is blue. Actually, is that the lowest cavern? I think it's the third cavern is blue. Different cavern layers have different colored mosses. Some of them are blue, some of them are kind of a yellow E, and then some of them are kind of a purple E. Oh, there it goes. Splat. Yeah, this thing. Dive flinched the flags of legend has killed 3 forgotten beasts now. It's an enormous quadruped composed of blue diamond. It has a knobby trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Anyway, some migrants have arrived. All the cavern. Okay, so I will not give you any sarcasm. All caverns grow just as well as other caverns, which is 3 times as well as growing on dirt. And it looks like our buddy is now up and about with a crutch. It only took like half a year for us to get him out of the hospital. But, hey, it's a pretty bad leg, eh? He did get shaken around. His knee collapsed. Yes. Work. That is what I am talking about. I never really thought of them as looking like a gnome hat, but I will forever think about them as looking like a gnome hat. So thank you for that mental image. That will never leave. Which means I now petition if they're actually called Nautiluses to call them water gnomes instead. I think that they've been incorrectly named. How much longer do you has in prison? 128 days? That's plenty of time. So I queued this up for a thing, and I can't remember what I did it for. I mean, this is... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, so I was wondering why dwarves were getting upset, chat. Figured out the problem. I found the problem. You know, it doesn't matter how long you've played this game or how good you are at this game. There will be points where you just do the dumbest fucking thing. Right now, I'm just wondering why these dwarves aren't doing the smart thing. So let's just say Dwarf, you, right here. Build a wall. Build a ramp. Although there's a pupper standing in the way. This dog kills us. And they all just descend upon the drinks and the foods. I'm not super surprised. But, well, it's a good thing I checked in on that, hey? That's the most help I've seen from a crowd of dwarves in a minute. But my God. Let's just get those stairs fixed. You did that in your most recent before it drove you mad with water source notifications, and then about half an hour later before you figured it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how long you play this game. You will make this mistake. This is part of the game, I think. Like, actively, this is part of the game. Okay, now that's getting done. Is that done? So we are back in stage 1 of this because now they're locked under there again. So let's see, is anybody actually coming to construct this? Is somebody going to come over here and build these? Probably not. Can you just build that stair, please? Thank you. There you go. Problem solved. We'll just let them construct that upper one. You got done, you didn't get done. Okay, so now I just need value. Value, value, value. Well, I'm not going to be doing anything with that anytime soon. Or this. Or this. We probably have some statues I can plop in here, which I do. Let's... Definitely don't have any instruments. Just let them do that for a little bit. Yeah, my collection on... If you're looking at my Discogs, it's very out of date. It's very out of date. Haven't updated it in like 2 years. I should probably do that. Okay, so it's 2 dwarves were found dead from dehydration. One died over here. But we did lose 2 dwarves from dehydration, which is awkward. Also, wait, hold on. One of them was that Fisher dwarf that I was super suspect of. So we did still end up losing 2 dwarves. Man. At least I noticed when I did. Otherwise, that could have been pretty catastrophic. I'm not going to go skimming it right now. If you want me to maybe look at it, plop it on the Discord in the music chat section. But thanks for sharing. Can we get some beers for the fallen? Well, that's what this is for. Here. Hey, chat. Post beers. It's never going to stop, is it? No matter how long this fort runs, it's never going to stop. I did kind of think eventually it would stop, but, you know, it's been so long now that I'm starting to get Stockholm syndromed into presuming it's never going to stop. What is collapsing? These. It's ice. Ice, obsidian, ice, lava, obsidian, ice. Repeat. It's a giant eruption constantly happening, and I kind of love it. This is an odd place to conduct a meeting. So I've got this dwarf here who's hauling tetrahedrite. And then we've got this dwarf who's trying to complain at him. But because he's hauling tetrahedrite, and also in the conduct a meeting job, I can't make him drop the tetrahedrite. So it's going to take a very long time for that dwarf to have that meeting. We could help him carry it. That might help. Yeah, screw it. We'll just engrave the flooring. If we need to increase the value later, we'll just put fancier furniture into here. Chinchillas are fighting with a dog, so that's a good thing, I'm sure. Thought you ain't seen advancements. I think they happened earlier, but it's been a while. Another artifact is happening. This is a woodcrafter. Woulda crafter, shoulda crafter. Dust Warrior versus man's best friend, yeah, pretty much. Or maybe my old neighbors versus our species best friend. So my old neighbors had chinchillas, and they were pretty cute. I'm not gonna lie, they were cute, especially when they picked on the cat. They used to gang up on the cat and like chase the cat around. It was very adorable. So probably just barely eke it over the edge here. Literally 5 value away. So this is the god of caverns. I think it's caverns, lakes, and mountains. So, saw a goat. Is that one of mine? Or just, is there just a goat? Okay, that is one of mine. Deep Space, how are you? Happy post-holidays, because I think you're a day ahead. The Sacred Avalanche, which is a very good name, is going to be given to... I'm going to give it to this dwarf, Zos. And Zos... Zos is going to be... Fishbone. Because you're a fisher dwarf. Get it? He's a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing the chance to lash out in verbal hostility, and is bothered by this since he values friendship and is now a religious leader. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is sometimes cruel, doesn't often feel envious of others, is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and tends to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He's quick to anger, and he does not easily fall in love. He rarely develops positive feelings. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he has a greedy streak. He's brave in the face of imminent danger, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Surprise. Yeah, I mean, today is Christmas Day, right? But welcome to the fort. I lost you. There you are. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees cooperation as important in life and does not care about family one way or another. Does not care about fairness. He likes tetrahedrite, tin and star sapphire, green glass, and moon snail leather. Gray squirrel bone and rope reed paper, picks and traction benches, and catapult parts, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and the words of the Umber Mountain, and the sound of the amethyst silk, and the sight of the tressed euphoria, and when possible prefers to consume giant bush tit and durian wine, and can't stand purring maggots. But how's your holiday been, Deep Space? Let's see if I can actually make that traction bench now. Let's also see if I can place a well. Someone is making like some very fragrant soup. It smells delicious. I don't know where it's coming from, but it smells delicious. Had a lovely time with the relatives the other day, ate heaps and slept well the following night. There you go. Sounds like a good vacation. Catan, the woodcrafter, has created Illervesh, a finger lime wood figurine of coal gate paint panted, and offers it to the Firefrost. All right, well, this is very important, so let's go pull this lever. And this is a finger lime wood figurine of Cole, gate panted. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Cole, gate panted, the dwarf, and dwarves in finger lime wood. By Catan. Cole is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cole to the position of king of the Knowing Theater in 218. It is decorated with mountain goat leather and is encircled with bands of finger lime wood, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of gabbro. And it is now being put away into the artifact hold. I almost want to guard the artifact hold with the vampire somehow. I just think that would be a really fun way to defend it. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to do with this. I was going to do something with that, but fuck me, I can't remember. It's like I didn't put a zone in it, so I'll figure that out at some point, maybe. Or I won't. It's fine. That'll do it. Do ropes and chains work on sentient creatures? Not if they're part of your faction. If they're not part of your faction, you can assign them. If they're part of your faction, you can't. So Unfortunately, no, that wouldn't work. Otherwise, I would probably go that route. But I'm just trying to think, like, maybe I could put him behind, like, some sort of wall setup or something. And use him as a king assassinator, maybe? I don't know. Not that we'll get kings in this fort, but something like that. Or, you know, an unwanted individual remover. Getter, ridder, over. Yeah, that. So early on in this fort, I said I really like this bedroom setup. However, it's going to make it very difficult to actually get bedrooms quickly. So I may need to figure out an alternative bedroom setup. Like, because we've got a bunch of these now. Maybe I'll do 1 or 2 more of these. And then maybe start doing multi-level apartments or something. I don't know. I need to figure out how to cram more stuff into this space, because currently I desperately need more bedrooms. And also ad breaks are in progress, so I will pause game. Made garlic soup. Cheers, anti-reality. What is the shirt I'm wearing? Okay, people keep asking about the shirt. This is the shirt that I'm wearing. Ah. It's my only dress shirt, and it's a holiday. So I figured I'd wear my only dress shirt for the holiday. It's Killer Acid is the brand name, if anybody wants to go look it up. So that's what this shirt is. Oops, wrong buttons. And no, I'm not sponsored by them or anything. I paid full price for this shirt and it was too much money. But it was a good purchase. It was a vacation purchase. Bought it on my vacation, so. As a material, it's just a dress shirt, but it's just an all-over dress shirt. So if you consider dress shirts to be comfy, then sure, I don't find it uncomfortable. It's just, it's a dress shirt. Got a lot of things that need to get done. Thankfully, a lot of these are just repeating and or going to be finished up pretty quick here. Yeah, it's comfy. I mean, I would describe it as comfy. I could see somebody not finding it comfy because it's a dress shirt, but I don't know. It's very light. I'm maybe not very good at describing how shirts feel. Sorry, this isn't my industry here. I'm a video game influencer, not a fashion influencer, thankfully, which means I'm somewhat tolerable. I typically play on the beta branch, yeah. Although the beta branch and the experimental branch are identical right now, but I don't know if that's going to be the same in the future. Yeah, I typically play on the beta branch because it doesn't crash at all, really. Unless you're playing adventure mode, which is in the beta, so... there's no reason really to not play the beta branch right now. Like, there's certainly been builds in the past where, yeah, maybe you want to avoid it, but... in general, there's no reason to not play on the beta branches because it's just, you get more content. And that's basically it. Kind of running out of blocks. Gotta make more. This will be your first Fortnite. Just know that, like, the game is forwards compatible. It's not always backwards compatible, but it's forwards compatible. So stuff that you do in Fort mode will be compatible with the next version, right? It's very rare that Dwarf Fortress breaks compatibility. Very, very, very rare. Thank you, Patchwork. And happy holiday. I personally don't want to marry a Chrysler, but, I mean, you do you. You do you, boo. To be that isn't drunk people, hey, I'm going to be one of those drunk people in 2 hours. Little less, though. It depends on how much you care about the new content, which currently isn't that big of a deal for Fort mode. It's kind of a big deal for adventure mode, but not so much for Fort mode. Just any upset dwarf, you get a bedroom. Well, good to see those getting divvied up. How's the hospital looking? It's looking hospital-ish, which means I should be able to build that traction bench now. I will build a few of these, but I just wanted to get one in here. Then down into here. I'm not in a room full of Scottish people. Hey, Twitch chat, is anybody here Scottish? Yeah, you're probably right. You are probably right. But, you know. My family's German and Irish. You should give us some credit. All right, here goes the fun time. Oh. How you doing, Cyrolac? Thanks for the 51st month. And that's going to be my will. Soon. So soon we're going to have a functional well. I don't know how long it'll last, but... As far as the things I do on the YouTubes, though, I'm working a lot this week, and also it's holidays, so I'm spending a lot of time with family, so I'm not getting a ton of work done, but I am about 30% of the way through the next big video. So that'll happen sometime in the next couple weeks. Sooner than later. I needed a bit of a break after the last two, which were the Adventure Mode one and the Caves of Cud one. We now have a well, which I can actually remove from here. If I want to be sneaky, I can make this into a water source. Right there. And then connect it to the hospital. So they still use it as part of the hospital. But now other people can use it too. And let's get... I don't know. What do I want to use for the edge of this? I kind of want to use ice. I just don't think it'll make it this far. You know what? Fuck it. Let's be fancy. Let's use silver. Problem is this won't be making more water, really. I'll have to make it make more water, which is not that easy, so. That looks well made. Well, thanks. Thank you so very much for the multi-stacked jokes. Home from full days at in-logs. Now need to veg out time. Oh, that's good. Glad you're getting some veg out time. But one thing I will say, just to reassure people who are curious about betas and adventure mode and whatnot, if it's not out by February, I will be fucking shocked. That's it. Like, I expect Tarn to be taking a break for Christmas. Same with Zach. But, like... And I know for a fact that Kid Fox is out of the office until January. But I would be fucking shocked if it's not out by February. Like, in the main branch, and then they're working on the next thing, whatever that is. So, chat, can I get a proper round of beers for the 51-month resubscription from Cyberlac? Thank you much, mate. Appreciate you.
Thanks so much for the streams blind.
I mean, thanks for watching, man. You are one of the only people that I know, Deep Space, who started streaming when Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam and is still streaming, like, regularly. Like, some people come and go, and you were one of the only ones. It's like you and, I guess, Claiborne started, like, a couple months after. But damn. Although Claiborne stopped and had restarted because of Dwarf Fort. Finally catching up with all these dwarves, geez. So thanks for watching, Deep Space. Slowly getting all these rocks and things out of here. Let's get some doors put into my prison. Must be hard to build an audience with niche games. In some ways, it's easier. You just have a lower ceiling. Like, to give you an example, I streamed for several years before I had an active above 10 viewers, right? And the way I built an audience that was bigger than 10 viewers was playing modded Roller Coaster Tycoon, of all fucking things. Because it turns out there's more than 10 people who want to watch that. Sometimes, some days of the week. For niche games, it takes just a lot of dedication and then just an acceptance that you will never be massive. And I think a lot of people get into this, realize that, and then try and go variety, and then realize that variety is 1,000 times harder to maintain any kind of audience, and then give up. Is what happens a lot of the time. Not all of the time, just a lot of the time. So, you know, it's kind of it's a process. Hello, Arch. How are you? What's up, sis Nicole? I'm all right. Kind of ready for the holidays to be over. I'm gonna be honest, but I'm all right. Things have been good. Sleeping okay, which is good. I think it depends on what you define as passion. Do you define passion as audience that absolutely adores the game and doesn't want to do anything but play that game? Because that could be describing Dwarf Fortress, but also could be describing Fortnite. I think you get a very similar passion with big games too. The difference is with niche games, you get more, how do I put this? You get more dedication to the streamer. Like, you do get that with bigger games too. But with a lot more mainstream audiences, you get people looking for things like drama where there isn't any. You get a lot more... You have to deal with a lot more crap. Because it's a bigger game, bigger possible audience, and if you're more famous, then it's more likely that more people will hate you. Right? I feel like we're looping back around to the conversation from the beginning of the stream. What mods did I use? Just a shit ton of custom assets originally, but then the OpenRCT project got off the ground, and then that. Stardew is pretty well known. One of the highest selling indie games of all time. Pretty well known. Yes. Pretty well known. Pretty well known. Yeah, a couple people have heard of it. Forgotten Beast named Godum. Ostadashtim Mitastasmiel has come. A gigantic skinless serpent. Oh, okay. It has 3 spiral horns, okay, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly blood. Wear it, though. Oh, it's kind of cute. Where's its 3rd horn? Is it at the end of its tail? Maybe at the end of its nose. There's no idea in an indie game. Yes. Very much so. They're just hoping they got their weapons close by. Man, this thing is zooming. We'll see you later, Dulkin. Take care of yourself, dude. I don't think you fully understand what I'm saying, Sir Bud. I guess I'll put it this way. Audience enthusiasm for a video game comes in all forms and shapes and sizes. For Dwarf Fortress, it's nerding out about the last fort and thing you discovered, right? For Fortnite, it's talking about the last win you got. I think that kind of passion is in every game that has a dedicated player base, big or small. It's whether or not you're willing to look for it. You're looking for a particular type of passion. I'm talking about how that results in for the streamer, because this kind of portion of the conversation started with me stating that Deep Space is one of the few people who's still around, who still mostly just streams Dwarf Fortress since Dwarf Fortress launched, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how that manifests for the streamer. At the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter how much people love the game. If there's people playing the game, there's somebody willing to watch it. That's whether or not you can build an audience around it. Everybody's going to be dedicated to their game if they like it. There are people that are dedicated to Roblox. There are people that are dedicated to Noida, Fortnite, Trackmania. Unless the game doesn't exist. So, how'd the vampire turn out? Well, we found him. He's locked in a room right now. We'll figure that out probably in another day. Because I gotta do holiday stuff at some point. No, I don't remember when Noida or when Fortnite was a co-op zombie game because I never played it because I've got good taste in video games. My moderator Hobo would kill me if he heard me say that because he loved that game. Anyway, so we have a dwarf who's just sitting here. So yep, and if people make content for those video games, it's likely nobody will find it either because nobody's looking for it. There's a reason there's plenty of games that I could play that I don't. So, we've got our first dwarf here, the axe dwarf, Doran. Runs directly at, well, away from, and then around. Nope, he's running away from. And here I thought you were going to go attack it. Nope, you are just running away from it. I mean, okay. Meanwhile, this dwarf is just running away in fear. And you know what? I think he's right to do so. Got away, in fact. Meanwhile, a dwarf collides with him at light speed, hacks it, strikes it in the head with his shield, which bruises the muscle and twists the neck, hacks it in the tail, tearing the muscle, and then dodges a bunch of times. Alrighty, dwarf. It's time to slay the noodle. Just don't take any hits, okay? That's your one rule. Kicks the Forgotten Beast, actually gets slapped by the Forgotten Beast, and collides with the Forgotten Beast. The dwarf is knocked over backwards and then stands back up, but before that was able to get a few good hits in, including biting him in the head. The legend of Let Me Solo Her may not be over, although he did take some pretty heavy stunning from that collision that he faced. The creature's bleeding very heavily at this point. He is focused on his target. He punches the Forgotten Beast in the teeth with his right hand, but the attack glances away. I really wonder where the rest of the military is. Oh, there they are. Backup is coming soon, TM. As our dwarf here took his first couple of hits, he got gored in the upper body, which tore through his tunic. He stood back up to face his target. He attacked the Forgotten Beast, but it jumps away. However, how a skinless snake that's bleeding profusely jumps, I don't know, but he did. Okay, he's still not bleeding. It's still just the Forgotten Beast that's bleeding. But he took a bad hit. He got gored another time in the upper body, which tore apart the right lung and the cave spider tunic, which he might be dead. If he can't breathe, he's dead. Well, the rest of the squad has showed up now, and they run past, and then it bleeds out. Motherfucker was a hero. Like, holy shit. Damn it, Doran. They haven't even found his body yet. Oh, there he is. Now they know. Ugh. Merry Christmas, everyone. Exactly, Chestnut. I think Doran has earned a silver statue. Doran's at this guy. And I'll put it in front of his tomb, which I'm presuming will be right here. Yep. Draven's Postma. You know, bleed effects existed before League of Legends, but missed him here is storing item, and this is Dulkin's wife actually. Is heading out to go collect the body. And also, I do wonder if I can butcher it. That I do wonder about. Oh, and a caravan from the mountain home has arrived to trade. Let's see if we can... Oh, fuck me. It had deadly blood, right? So missed him here. Lay down in the blood. And proceeded to bleed out. It's 3 deaths now. So just keep an eye, because assuming they don't lie down in it, they should be okay. I'm also going to set all of this as just a unmarked stockpile. You're not bleeding. Somebody die in the hallways. Okay, so there is a dwarf bleeding up here somewhere. There is blood all the way up the stairwell. Yeah, okay, so Yushir died in the stairwell. All right, so what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to go over to here, place 2 more tombs. Let's see if I have that statue yet. Yes. Let's place you. Also, Dulkin, sorry about your wife. Hey, DeBerries, dude, long time. Like, seriously, long time. Hope you've been well. Those should get divvied up pretty quick. Let's just hope that doesn't happen no more. While we wait for this to get set up. And also, set all of this up as just an unmarked stockpile. So that hopefully dwarves can clean this stuff. Looks like we can butcher it. Well, meat's back on the menu, boys. Yeah, the blood trail's pretty intense, eh? I don't think I've ever actually seen deadly blood work, so that's cool. At least not in this version. Been hanging in there, got super busy work. Had to move across the country. Well, I'm moving soon, but not across the country. Like 90 kilometers away or so. So how much meat do you guys think this is going to have? Currently we have 0. It's butchering. And now we have almost 500. Damn, son. That's a lot of meat. Because, like, damn. Yeah, meat was off the menu, and now it's certainly back. It is certainly back. It was like it never left, even. Saw it of hopefully safe meat. Oh, it's safe. It's safe now. Picking up the body was a pretty big risk, but it's safe now. So not a huge concern there. You're moving Sunday, 2 days before the new year. I move February 1st. Although I technically have until February 15th to move, but I want to get all my shit out of here and then come back here and then clean this place after I've gotten my stuff out, because that'll be easier. But, you know. Myself a butcher dwarf, that was your favorite profession? That's a hard profession for dwarves to keep, though. Is my new place close? So I'm moving from mainland Vancouver to Vancouver Island. So, yes, it's close. Like, it's 90 kilometers, right? But from where I currently live. But it's... And I think it's actually 93, but it takes a bit because you have to take a boat. But for me, that's not really a huge deal because I don't drive, so the boat's quite cheap. And I don't have any pets, so I don't need to drive. Getting across the boat with pets is a bit of a challenge. But as long as you don't feel the need to pay for, you know, the car transport, then you're kind of okay. I hate that fucking goat. Okay, well, we have dwarves now who are just going along cleaning all this up. As long as nobody lies down in the blood puddles, it should be totally safe. All of this up here is cleaned up, so that's good. This can be deconstructed. And now it's just a matter of these bodies getting put away. But I'm curious about something. What did they put on this statue? This is a finely crafted silver statue of Ford Plain, the Cave Crocodile, and Doran, Judge Blockades the Dwarf, in silver. Doran is striking down Ford Plain. The artwork relates to the killing of the Cave Crocodile and Ford Plain with a copper battle axe in Winterthrone in 305. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. They won't get covered in as long as they don't lie down. Well, glorious dwarf. You left us too soon. Chat room. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. I'm hungry, and I have to head over to my parents' house in about 25 minutes for holiday things. We do have a caravan we got to trade with, so I think this is probably where I'll leave the camera so that I remember. But I think today was good. I mean, we actually have a well. It's not permanent, but we do actually have a well now, so maybe I could, like, pump some lava over here or something to, like, melt more water from my well in the future. I don't know. I do actually have a well now, so that's cool. I could probably get rid of that magma smelter now, though. So that's awesome. We have a proper hospital set up. We dodged a wear infection. We've continued to multiply our giant cheetahs. I've got more bedrooms, even though there's still not enough, but I've got more, so that's good. I could probably make a few more right here at the end before I forget, just to get those dealt with and done, because that's, you know, giving us even more of an idea of how many more bedrooms I need, which actually isn't that many at this point, which is good. Tavern's still well stocked. We ran out of booze a few times, but it's fine. I locked everybody in here and they almost all died of starvation, but they got out and it's fine. Only 2 died. We've worked on our artifacts. We've increased the number of dead. And my goose let a were creature in, you fucking traitor. Supposed to honk loudly. Why didn't you? And down here, is soon to be our actual front door, when we make this into our front door. So that'll be a good time. But that's a project for tomorrow, because I will be streaming tomorrow. But for today, I'm going to say goodbye. We also have an infinite stockpile with very little tetrahedrite in it. But hey, at the very least, it's an infinite stockpile, so that's cool. And it seems like El Rey is up and about. Seems like El Rey is finding a new career as a tetrahedrite smelter, and that's forgotten beast named Thor, which has come, which is a towering skinless lizard. It has a knobby shell and it squirms and fidgets, and why the fuck did I unpause the game? Its green scales are round and overlapping. Beware. It's poison chewing mandibles. Thankfully, it'll just go die to the diamond one, so that's fine. Anyway.
Partial Persian cheered. X100. Merry Christmas blind. Hope chat feasts tonight. Y'all were legendary.
Thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, friend. And, you know, I mean, chat, you guys are in fact legendary. Because some idiot like me wearing a drugs-inspired floral shirt can somehow buy an apartment in 2025. I just said 2025 unironically, because that's when that technically is happening. But seriously, thank you. That's because of this. I'll have a new video out for you guys sooner than later. Tomorrow I will be streaming. Friday I won't be streaming because I'm going to be editing. Saturday, Sunday I will be editing. I need to talk to my dad tonight, but I don't think this is going to impact it. But Tuesday's stream on New Year's Eve I think is going to be really short. Because I'm going on a hike with my dad in the afternoon. I just need to figure out exactly what time we're leaving. Because we want to go watch the sun go down on top of a mountain. Because, you know, we're weird like that. But, yeah. So, YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. We're going to go say hello to somebody who's streaming Dwarf Fort. So, if you want to get to know somebody new, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow normal time. Same channel. Same place. Take care, YouTube. All right, chat. It's safe. The YouTubes are shut down, which means you guys can release the memes. Or don't. I mean, you do you. Music's still playing, though, so I got to shut that down. That's done. And this can go here. And, all right. It's time to go raid somebody who's ready. Good, Montecore. You get it. Crip Nodders. Exactly, Thor. I should make those official emotes, shouldn't I? And just leave them as free, too. Because I got, like, fucking a trillion emote slots. It's ridiculous.